Ready? This meeting of the Coventry Town Council will now come to order at 6:00 p.m. Roll call. Ms. Ludwig?
Here.
Mrs. Lima?
Here.
Mrs. Shockley?
Here.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Here.
Mrs. Dixon here. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. LeBlanc, please lead us in the pledge.
I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You may be seated. Mr. LeBlanc, please provide the emergency evacuation plan.
exit out the rear doors and take a left.
Thank you. I'd like to ask us to have a moment of silence for Lieutenant Gary Miller of the Coventry Police Department, who died recently. On the police Facebook page is this tribute to Lieutenant Miller. Gary was more than a great cop. He was a husband, father, son, a brother, and a self-proclaimed expert fisherman. His love of family, nature, and law enforcement will forever touch those who loved him. Lieutenant Miller excelled at his most recent assignment in admin services, crafting policies and procedures that were as solid and steady as he was during his over 22 years of service to the town of Coventry and the state of Rhode Island. He also served as lead firearms instructor for Coventry PD and was a team leader on the Wastewater Coventry Regional SWAT team for many years. We greatly miss Lieutenant Miller. Before we continue with our meeting, I will make a short announcement for the public and the council. When the town council was sworn in November 2022, it pledged to be more transparent in all aspects of government. With the addition of a new finance director appointed by our interim town manager, and then the hiring of a professional town manager, the council was able to start the work of implementing its pledge. The fiscal year 2020 audit was completed June 23rd, 2021, and filed after the December 31st, 2020 deadline. Following that audit, the Finance Department implemented new procedures and processes to better track and account for financial operations effective July 1st, 2021. The council asked the town manager to investigate why the fiscal year 2021 audit had taken so long to be completed. It was due December 31st, 2021. In executive session, the town manager will provide the council with a status update on the fiscal year 2021 audit. Due to the sensitive nature of the audit, it is necessary to discuss in closed session. The language provided by the Attorney General's requirements for discussion for tonight's executive session falls under Rhode Island General Law, Section 42465A4 for investigations. There is no reason, absolutely no reason to believe that there is any connection between the financial statement of fiscal year 2021 and the fiscal year 23 budget. Therefore, a discussion of fiscal year 23 budget in item H5 is not impacted by the discussion in executive session. Item B2, approval of town council minutes for March 28, 2022, April 11, 2022, and May 21st, 2022. Madam Clerk, did you receive any corrections and have the corrections been made?
I did March 28th and 4/11, and they were made.
Thank you.
Madam President,
Yes,
I wasn't able to submit some minutes. Can I do so now?
yes, you may.
On page 19 of 111 in our packet, line 72, can you just change the word "a student" there to "a student in high school"? And I think I had one more. Line 287, Mr. Mike Repose and Mr. Ray Angel wish to give their 2 minutes. Line 307 is missing the last name, Pasqua. Safer Grants is also spelled wrong in that line. I'm sure you've got some of these already, but the address in line 335 is missing a capital T. And that's all from me. Thank you very much.
Mrs. Lima, are those for the minutes for March 28th, April 11th, or May 21st?
This is, well, it's labeled for all of them on the bottom. This is for April 11th.
April 11th, okay. Thank you. May I have a motion to accept the amended minutes for March 28th, 2022, the amended minutes for April 11th, 2022, and the minutes for May 21st, 2022.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second.
Roll call. Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays, the motion passes. I would just like to announce to the members of the public that we will be having with us Mr. Timothy Bliss. He will represent the town of Coventry and the town council in any matters relating to fire protection in Coventry. Mr. Bliss has practiced employment and labor law and general civil litigation with both small and large Rhode Island law firms. Since launching his own practice in 2016, he has continued to provide counsel and represent public and private employers and individuals in litigation in state and federal courts in Rhode Island and Massachusetts. Mr. Bliss also represents many municipalities and related entities in labor matters, including collective bargaining and arbitration. So we will have Mr. Bliss with us whenever we are discussing any matters relating to fire protection, either tonight or any other night we have going forward. I will also mention him again later on in the evening. Item B3, Coventry Public School Monthly Report for May 22. Is there a member of the school committee here to present the report? Okay, thank you. Resolution C1, resolution renaming the Babe Ruth Field at Herbert F. Payne Memorial Park to be named the Jim Spearman Memorial Field, reference page 6. May I have a motion to rename the field Jim Spearman Memorial Field?
So moved.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Discussion. Ms. Blumenthal.
Jim Spearman was an integral part of this community and an advocate and leader in Coventry Babe Ruth. So after speaking with the community members, it was actually their idea, especially Tracy Colucci, to rename that field to Jim Spearman Memorial Field. We had the input of his family, his wife, and children. I was thinking maybe making it formal, the James Spearman, but because he was family to all, they wanted to keep it casual. So that's why it's called the Jim Spearman Memorial Field.
So thank you, Ms. Blumenthal, and thank the members of your committee who recommended this. Tell us a little bit more about his activities with you.
So my personal memories of Jim, or I call him Mr. Spearman, he always championed for the youth of this community, always wanted the fields to look nice and would help youth who couldn't afford to play baseball. He would take money out of his own pocket and pay for their dues. He would go to Little League games. He would celebrate all youth in this community because he cared for them and they had a special place in their heart for him. So that's my experience with him and many daily phone calls.
Thank you.
Saying hi and checking up.
Thank you. Would any member of the council like to add a few words? I'd like to mention that Mr. Spearman was our town sergeant, and whenever we came in, he was always here early, always with a smile, always with a nice hello, always very friendly and gracious to everyone who walked in the door. So we greatly appreciate his presence at all of our meetings. So thank you. And we have Mrs. Spearman here. Mrs. Spearman, would you like to say a few words?
You don't have to.
You
but
don't
if you'd
have,
like,
we don't have to, but we'd like to give you an opportunity. Come to the microphone, please.
Well, I'm sure, we'll always remember Jim because Babe Ruth was his thing, baseball especially, and all the children. And we are honored that you're going to name it after him and they'll remember him.
Thank you so much. So the resolution reads, be it resolved that the town council hereby designates the Babe Ruth Field at Herbert F. Payne Memorial Park to be named the Jim Spearman Memorial Field. The new name appropriately honors James Spearman's memory and valued presence in our community. Roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig?
yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mr. Shockley?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays, the motion passes. Item C2, resolution awarding a contract to be executed by the town manager in accordance with Article 10, Section 10.23 of the town charter for boiler replacement installation at the Guy L. Lafave Community Center to J&M Plumbing LLC, 21 Clearview Drive, Coventry, Rhode Island, in the amount of $18,700. May I have a motion to award the contract for boiler replacement?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Mr. Marchand, would you please speak to this?
Yes, this past winter, the boiler system in the community center started leaking and went out, and it's really old. The replacement parts can't be found, and it's time to replace the entire thing. Unfortunately, due to the supply chain issues, we're looking at 6 months out to get the parts. So we're going to be back in the cold before we can get this done. So the sooner we act on it, the better. That's why it's before you this evening.
Thank you. And any questions, discussion points? Mr. Shockley?
I'm wondering what delayed it till now. It looks like we got a quote back in February. Was it just not being able to get the parts at that time, or?
It didn't get advanced due to a number of reasons. Other priorities, other things on the plate, and just didn't get pushed forward.
And it sounds like they're going to stick to their pricing that they gave back in February, which is fantastic. So are we budgeted for this?
No, but we are going to use funds from contingency to cover this expense.
And where does that leave us in contingency?
Healthy.
Okay.
Mr. Marchand, could you be a little more specific about what healthy means?
Ms. Mills?
I was prepared for that. It's about
Yes.
60,000.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We like healthy, but we don't know what it means. Yes.
Okay, it's contingency is 60,000 right now. And with this, I was going to drop another 20. So close to 20, correct?
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
The resolution, we mentioned the agenda item, but I also want to mention the resolution does include the following so that the public will know. Be it resolved that the Coventry Town Council hereby approves the allocation of contingency funds 1010-5-951-49900-000 to allow for the purchase and installation of a boiler and to utilize the competitive bidding requirements for Chapter 56-19 of the town's Code of Ordinances and allow the Department of Parks and Recreation to purchase a boiler with installation through a master purchasing agreement. Are there any other questions about this resolution? Ms. Ludwig?
Mr. Marchand and Director Mills, if we approve this now from the contingency fund, is there still an opportunity possibly later if the council determines we might want to look at something like this for possible ARPA expenditures? Or once we vote on this, must it come from contingency?
We could always use ARPA funds to cover this expense. However, these are budgeted funds in the current year that wouldn't otherwise be spent, that would go into fund balance in the new year. And so you have the opportunity to use the resources at hand, and ARPA money could be used for other projects.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marchand. Any other questions? Okay, roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. May I have a motion to recess at 6:14 p.m. into executive session per Rhode Island General Law 42465A1 for the following: discussions of job performance, character, physical, and mental health of a person or persons, specifically for the council to interview candidates for the following boards: Planning Commission, Friends of Human Services, and Coventry Land Trust.
President Dixon, can I just make a point of information that Mr. Sands is here, and I'm not sure if he is here to speak on item B3, and if we would want to take care of that first.
Mr. Sands, are you here to give the school committee report?
No, I'm not.
Okay, thank you.
President Dixon?
Yes.
Could we have a public comment before executive session, just in case anybody wants to speak before our executive session, so they don't have to wait until afterwards?
We certainly can do that.
I don't know if anybody wants to, but just want to give the option. I'll make a motion to add a public comment.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to add a public comment. We do have one at the end of our meeting. Roll call vote, Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mr. Shockley?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to make a public comment? If you do, please raise your hand, be recognized by the chair. And is there anyone on Zoom who would like to make a public comment? Okay, would you please bring that person in?
Hello? Can you hear me?
It's a bot.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Very, very faintly.
Okay, I'll try to speak louder. Can you hear me now?
I think he's trying to. Audio.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Tell her.
Please wait 1 minute. We're trying to connect you so that we may hear you. Meanwhile, is there anyone in the audience who wish to make a public comment? Okay.
Hang on 1 second, Eddie. Shh.
Yes, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, please state your name and address, please.
Yep, my name is Trisha Hunt, 526 Camp Westwood Road. I was just wondering about an agenda item that I wasn't sure. I thought I'd been listening the whole meeting, but maybe I missed it. I thought on the agenda there was going to be a status update on each fire district.
That is correct. It's going to be toward the end of the meeting agenda.
Oh, okay. I thought it was happening before the executive session. So it's happening after?
Yes, we are having 2 executive sessions. We're going to begin one very shortly. Then we're going to come back out of executive session, continue on with our agenda, and then we will be ending our meeting with another executive session.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. Any other comments? All right, let us move on. May I have a motion to recess into executive session at 6, it looks like about 6:17. Thank you.
So
For
moved.
Rhode Island, okay, I think I already read the motion, didn't I? We just changed the time. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. Members of the public, the council will return to public session at approximately 6:30 PM. We will be conducting interviews. I see that we have 2 of our interviewees. Let's see. We'll have our first person in for the Planning Commission. Sherry, come forward, please. We're going to be going into the back room. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We are a little bit delayed in interviewing candidates for various boards and commissions. So we do appreciate your patience with us, and we'll move along as quickly as possible. I noticed, first of all, members of the public, the council met in executive session for the following. May I have let me see, excuse me. Per Rhode Island General Law 42465A1 for the following: discussions of job performance, character, physical or mental health of a person or a person, specifically for the council to interview candidates for the following boards: Planning Commission, Friends of Human Services, Coventry, Land Trust. I'd like to announce that we did interview 2 candidates. We also discussed 3 other candidates that we had interviewed in previous sessions. And appointments will be made later this evening. So may I have a motion to adjourn from executive session at 6:50?
So moved.
Thank you. May I have a
I'll second it.
second? Roll call, Ms. Ludwig,
Yes.
Mrs. Lima,
Yes.
Shockley,
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc,
Yes.
Dixon, 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. May I have a motion to seal the minutes of the executive session?
I'll make a motion.
May I have a second?
I'll second.
Roll call, Ms. Ludwig,
Yes.
Mrs. Lima.
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley.
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc.
Yes.
Mr. Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. I also remind you, we're moving along with our agenda. I'll remind the members of the public of our Town Council Rules, Section 3.3, Code of Conduct. I'll just read a few of the pertinent statements. Refrain from private conversations while the Town Council is in session, please. All cell phones shall be turned to the silent mode. Any person making profane, slanderous remarks may be removed from the council meeting. No placard, signs, or banners shall be allowed in the council meeting. And please speak respectfully as you make any presentations or as you speak to the council. Agenda E, licenses for discussion and/or action. Application for fireworks license on July 4th by Johnson Sip Pond Civic Association to be located at 3 Osprey Drive, July 4th, 2022 at 9:30 p.m. Rain date, July 5th, 2022, as per Coventry Code 169-5G. May I have a motion to approve the application?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. Mr. Florio, I noticed you're in the audience. Are you here to present the school committee report?
I can confirm that there is no school committee report this evening.
Please don't be offended with that. We do not have a school committee report this evening. I know you wanted one, but I can say that,
Not I, we.
that you wanted a report. And yes.
Turn the mic on.
Yep.
And I'm sorry that we don't have one this evening.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Levis is not available. Ms. Patnode's not available.
We'll look forward to the next report,
Yes.
the next
ma-
meeting date,
Yes, Madam Chair, we will have an accurate report for you. And
maybe 2 or 3.
yes, and thank you and Mrs. Lima for attending graduation last Wednesday night, I think.
We enjoyed it.
Yes, yes, it was wonderful. Wonderful evening. And that's about the size of my report this evening, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Thank
Okay.
you all.
So Mr. Floyd will report that Mr. Floyd reported that graduation did take place.
Yep.
And the council members were in attendance.
Yes.
And Mr. Florio did give a very nice welcoming speech on behalf of the school committee in
And
his
the
role
council.
as vice chairperson. Thank you.
And the council as well, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good day. I'll see you soon. Mr. Mrs. Sands is here too. So-
Okay, excellent. Okay, the next agenda item, E2, new mobile food establishment license, Rise and Grind LLC, doing business as Rise and Grind, Rebecca Harmon, yearly license as per Coventry Code, Chapter 153-6. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Discussion. Mr. Marchand, would you like to add a few words about this application?
Yes, thank you. This application has been reviewed by the police department and the zoning officer, and they have no concerns.
Okay. Is there anyone here from Rise and Grind? Please come forward. Good evening. Please state your name and address.
Rebecca Hammond, 219 Smith Street in Warwick, Rhode Island.
Thank you. Please tell us a little bit about your mobile truck.
Sure. We are a mobile coffee truck. We offer espresso beverages. That's really it. I do have my food safety manager's license. If in the future we wanted to incorporate food, but for right now, it's just coffee, tea, iced tea, lemonade, and we're really excited to do business here in Coventry.
And whereabouts in Coventry will you be located?
We don't have a schedule yet. We haven't really reached out to anyone yet. This permit was actually because we've been asked to do a craft fair for the Breezy Lake Association. So we'll be there this Saturday, actually the 18th, now that we have our permit.
Okay, so once you get your permit, you will be able to be various parts of town. Is that correct?
Correct. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any hours for operation?
Nope. We're open pretty much all the time whenever we have an event.
Okay, excellent. Members of the council, any other questions? Okay, thank you. Roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mr. Shockley?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes.
Thank you.
Next, may I have a motion to open public hearing for the following at 6:55 PM? Public hearing, auto salvage license renewal as per Coventry Code 147.7. Russell L. Chattel, doing business as RCA Repair, 625 Hammett Road, Coventry, Rhode Island. And item number 2 is Capozzi's Auto Sales and Salvage Incorporated, 2015 New London Turnpike, Coventry, Rhode Island. May I have a motion to open public hearing?
So moved.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. Motion passes. Public hearing is open. Let's take the first item, auto salvage license renewal for Russell Chattel, doing business as RCA Repair, 625 Hammett Road, Coventry, Rhode Island. May I have a motion to approve this renewal?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Discussion. Mr. Marchand, any concerns or questions about this license renewal?
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone here from Auto Salvage License Renewal? I'm sorry, is there anyone here from RCA Repair? I see none. Okay, any other questions that members of the council may have? Okay, roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mr. Shockley? Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. The second item is for renewal for Capozzi's Auto Sales and Salvage, 2015 New London Turnpike, Coventry, Rhode Island. May I have a motion?
So moved.
May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Discussion. Mr. Marchand, any concerns on this?
None. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions members of the council have? Okay, roll call vote.
Should we ask if the public has any comments on this one or if someone's here for that one?
Excuse me. Thank you for reminding me. Is there any member of, since this is a public hearing, is there anyone who has a question about Capozzi's Auto Sales and Salvage or wish to speak about auto salvage license renewal? Okay, thank you for reminding me. Okay, roll call vote for Capozzi's Auto Sales. Ms. Ludwig, you voted. Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Ms. Shockley?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays, the motion passes. May I have a motion to close public hearing?
So moved.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. The public hearing is closed at 6:59 PM. Agenda G, Town Council appointments. May I have a motion to appoint the following people to these boards and commissions? To the Coventry Housing Authority, Rebecca Patno, for a term expiring May 1st, 2027. For the Coventry Land Trust, Lynn Carlson, for a term expiring November 23rd, 2023. For the Friends of Human Services, Ernest Russick, for a term expiring May 1st, 2025. For the Friends of Human Services, Anna Crute, term expiring May 1st, 2025. The Library Board of Trustees, Barbara Bridge, term expiring May 1st, 2025. Library Board of Trustees, Fred Reisner, term expiring May 1st, 2025. Planning Commission, Ron Flynn, term expiring May 1st, 2027. Planning Commission, John Price, term expiring May 1st, 2027. Planning Commission, Sherry Elderkin, term expiring May 1st, 2027. Sewer Subcommittee, Michael Sakosha, term expiring January 1st, 2025. Zoning Board of Review, Robert Crow, term expiring May 1st, 2027. And Michael New, term expiring May 1st, 2027. May I have a motion?
Make a motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion by members of the council? Thank you. Roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon? Yes. Five yeas, no nays, the motion passes. Agenda H. 1, may I have a motion to approve the agreement with Fuss and O'Neill for the new wastewater facilities plan in the amount of $265,000?
I'll make the motion.
May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Discussion. Mr. Marchand, would you like to make any comments about this?
Yes, thank you. We do have representatives from Fuss and O'Neill here this evening. Dean? Yeah, please come forward. They have prepared a scope of work based on a method of time and materials and a not to exceed price. And this is a proposal they believe is fair and represents the work required that we've asked them for in the request for proposal in a 6-month period. So we would be looking for a completion timeframe of delivery and discussion in November, December
Of this year?
of this year. Thank you. Yeah.
Excellent. This is reference pages in your packet 62 to 83. The resolution is on page 83. Welcome.
Hello. Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Dean Audette. I work for Fuss and O'Neill from Providence, Rhode Island.
Any questions that members of the council would like to ask? Mrs. Lima.
Thank you very much. Just a few questions from reading through the proposal. On page 3 of the proposal, page 64 in our packet, 2.1.5. I just want to confirm because the ideal of mailing a survey to property owners can get costly. So it's mail or online. You're okay with if it's online, just.
Yes.
Okay.
In this day and age, it's more common.
All right.
Online.
Just want to make sure. My next question on page 4, 2.2.1, page 65 of our packet, more for the town side, Mr. Marchant. Do we have all the information that they're asking for us to deliver to them to do their report? I just want to make sure we have it all so we don't hold up their timeline on getting us to us in November.
Well, we hope to have the 2021 audit finished in time to deliver them shortly. And the CIP is something that we're also working on to have a finished product shortly. So
Okay.
Yes, the plan would be to give them this information with the most current information.
Okay. On page 5 of the proposal, page 66 in our packet, 2.2.3. I feel like the last term in there should be town council and not town staff. I might in the first sentence, but I might be wrong. The conceptual rate structure will be developed based on input from town staff and will be reviewed and discussed with, I would thought be town council. No,
That could be anyone.
Anyone?
Whoever the town wants to engage in that. So if you want that to be at a formal council meeting, that's appropriate. We're happy to do it at a formal council meeting.
Okay.
I think typically with the way we have it structured, we would take that to the sewer subcommittee to review the rate structure, and then they would make a recommendation to the town council.
Okay. Sounds good. And then lastly, on that same page, under the public participation program, the first bullet, I might make a recommendation if it's all right with you. I'm not sure if this affects the rate at all, but if we could do, you say 2 anticipated public informational meetings, if we could do 1 weeknight and 1 weekend, I think that would be really helpful.
Whatever works for you.
Okay.
We're used to doing weekends, during the day, at night, whatever's, we can get the most engagement.
Okay. Thanks. That's all my questions.
I was pleased to see the quick turnaround time for November 2022. How are you going to carry that off?
A lot of people.
A lot. No, I mean, seriously, could you tell us a little bit more about that? Because this is a very ambitious project. It has to be done very, very well. It's very time sensitive, and November is really right around the corner. So tell us a little bit more about organization of your team and how you're going to get them off and running immediately.
Well, the key is our project manager. She's on vacation right now. She's down in Maryland. So Laura Marcolini, who you met at the interview, and unfortunately she's not here and enjoying herself down in Maryland. So she's going to lead the project and she's going to manage the team. And we have people, obviously we have people in Providence, Rhode Island, but throughout Southern New England, a number of people that do these projects, and we're pretty used to doing some pretty large scale projects just like this and know how to efficiently do it. You know, the biggest challenging thing is going to be our internal process. The bigger challenging thing will be scheduling public meetings, scheduling stakeholder workshops, and getting those programmed in. Because if we get to a point and we go to schedule, for example, a stakeholder workshop to review a particular deliverable, we can't wait a month, to schedule that. So we're going to do some work with you in the beginning, start programming in meeting dates, and some of the items, for example, the public meetings in this proposal describe some dates proposed for the public meetings to hit this 6-month time frame. But that's going to be the critical path, is building consensus, scheduling these meetings, and getting the people to come. That, the other challenging part is reaching consensus at those meetings, and that people aren't, we're not like backtracking, think you have consensus and then a month down the road, you're backtracking on what you think a decision that was made. But other than that, we're pretty confident. Like I said, we do these projects pretty consistently. Internally, it's not a challenge.
Okay, thank you. Other questions, Mr. LeBlanc?
Thanks for being here tonight. Really appreciate it. I think this is a question more so for Mr. Marchant. Article 3, responsibilities of the client, section 3.3. So page 70 out of 111. 3.3 says designate in writing a person to act as the client's representative with respect to the work to be performed under this agreement. And it goes on to say a couple of other responsibilities. Who is that person for the town? Is that you?
Yes, it will be me. It has been me. I may be in the process of a transition. I'm pleased to announce prematurely, but we hired a town engineer today, full time. He's a PE. He previously worked with the state and roads and bridges, and he's highly qualified. So I'm going to be looking to him for support and coordination in getting the sewer program moving forward. But I'll still be the point person for the sewer program.
Okay, great. Just wanted to confirm that. And then section 6.5, cost plus fixed fee basis, 6.5.4. Just curious, it references the state of Connecticut, and I just didn't know why.
First, that paragraph doesn't really apply because this is not a cost plus fixed fee contract. So the person who put this together just didn't delete it.
So that whole section needs to be deleted then?
Excuse me?
That whole section needs to be deleted, or just...
Right. We could reference deleting that whole section 6.5.
Perfect.
Yep.
Thank you.
Ms. Ludwig?
I believe the council, I believe it was May 9th, discussed moving forward with Fawcett O'Neill. And I just want to say thank you. I was on a family vacation. It's the first town council meeting I've missed in a year and a half. I appreciate your support and the decision that was made.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Marchant.
If it pleases the council, and if you get to the point you're ready, I would modify my proposed resolution where you would authorize the town manager to execute the same, to add the words in an amount not to exceed $265,600, which is what their proposal is.
So you're going to amend the resolution?
That's what I'm suggesting as part of the resolution. Yeah.
In an amount not to exceed $265,000
and $600.
And $600.
President Dixon.
Yes.
Just for anybody listening, we actually are required to do this update. It's a state requirement. So just wanted to call that out. Hence why we're spending this money.
Excellent. So
Do you need a motion for that?
yes, we need a motion.
I'll make a motion for that amendment.
Okay, we have a motion to amend the resolution to include a statement in an amount not to exceed $265,600. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we're going to vote for the amendment. Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The amendment has been approved. I am now going to read into the record the entire resolution so that it is in the public record so that people will know what's in this resolution that we are approving. Whereas the Town of Coventry Town Council desires to update the Town of Coventry wastewater facilities plan, and whereas the Rhode Island Department of Environmental Management Rules and Regulations 250-RICR-150-10-4 requires municipal sewer programs to affirm the wastewater facilities plan every 5 years and update it and amend it as necessary. And whereas the Town of Coventry wastewater facilities plan was last updated October 2016, and whereas eligibility for state and or federal funding assistance is contingent on a current and accurate wastewater facilities plan, and whereas the proposal from Fuss and O'Neill is responsive to the needs and priorities of the town and demonstrates a competitive value commensurate with the town's needs. Now, wherefore, be it resolved by the Town of Coventry Town Council to accept the proposal in an amount not to exceed $265,600 from Fuss and O'Neill to provide consulting services for the completion of a wastewater facilities plan for the Town of Coventry, and authorize the town manager to execute the same pursuant to Article 10, Section 10.23 of the Town Charter to Fuss and O'Neill Incorporated, Sean Martin, P.E., Vice President / Office Manager, 317 Iron Horse Way, Suite 204, Providence, Rhode Island. Roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good night.
We're looking forward to seeing you soon. Next agenda item, Resolution H2, resolution recognizing the month of June as Pride Month in the Town of Coventry, reference page 84. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
May I have a second?
Second.
Discussion. I'm just going to make a note that I am not going to support this resolution. I'm concerned about the precedents the council is setting when we have a recognition such as this. I'm not concerned about a group as a whole, but about our legal obligations as a council. We open ourselves up to having to accept every request. Are we ready for a roll call?
I had actually wanted to just speak out and
Certainly.
state how much I support and am proud to live in a town that would be presenting this resolution at a town meeting and making sure that everybody in our community feels welcome and that everyone in our community feels safe. And I hope that we are helping with that.
Okay. Any other comments? Ms. Ludwig?
The council decided last year for rules of engagement, things that we would put forward. And as a council, we decided that if at least 2 counselors wanted to recognize something, anything, organizations, people, that we would put that forward. And we have at least 3 counselors who are very passionate about not just pride in the community, but the inclusion, the choice to include at our school level, at our residence level. I fully support this, and I'm very, very happy that we have it on the agenda.
Thank you. Any other comments? Mrs. Lima?
Thank you. Before I read the resolution we have or the proclamation, I just want to give a bit of background. I was inspired to introduce this because of the youth in our community. I was scrolling through Facebook and I saw a post from the high school page about an Ally Day. And I thought, if our youth can be as brave and courageous to show that they want a safe space and to accept others and bring more kindness to our community, then I can do the same. So with that, I'll read the resolution. Then I'd like to invite 2 high school students forward.
Just a moment. I'm sorry. Is there any other comment that any member of the council would like to make?
Based off of the comments that you made, are we having a vote to pass this? Is that what you were trying to do? I was confused by your comment. That's all. So,
This is a proclamation.
okay. All right.
Resolution.
I'm in full support of it as well. I just wanted to, I guess, for the record. Thanks.
Okay, I will now call on Mrs. Lima to read the proclamation.
Thank you. The Coventry Town Council stands with the Rhode Island General Assembly in recognizing and celebrating the month of June 2022 as Pride Month in the town of Coventry. This marks a time to reflect on the progress that has been made for the LGBTQIA+ community in breaking down systemic discrimination and shedding societal stigmas that many Americans have endured for generations and the road that still lies ahead. This marks a time to celebrate the notions of equality, understanding, and respect for the future of our community. This marks a time to applaud the courage and leadership of our local youth who are dedicated to fostering a community that encourages inclusion and acceptance. The Town Council of the Town of Coventry is committed to supporting equality for LGBTQIA+ individuals in our community. Breathing life into the awareness of this observance is vital in providing support and advocacy to build a vibrant and diverse community. I'd like to invite forward two students from the high school. Well, one's a graduate now. Congratulations, Zachary Machado and Rain DaCosta, to present them copies of the proclamation. If you guys want to come up.
I would like to take a vote. Can we do that?
There's no vote.
We need to vote on that?
Nope.
Okay.
You guys want to just come forward to the podium? Zachary, I don't know if you want to say a few words about Ally Day and what you organized. So I just want to turn the mic on in front of you.
Sorry. I think it's on.
Yep.
Okay. Is it on? Okay. Sorry. So I was able to host Coventry High School's first ever Ochre Ally Day with the support of the Student Council Administrator, Ms. Sweeney. She's an amazing woman. Throughout this year, it was probably one of the hardest years that I've had at Coventry High School with hate and discrimination, but I was able to push through it with the support from our town council and everybody like that, like you guys that are helping here. I hosted Coventry's first ever Ochre Ally Day, where faculty, students, and staff wore a rainbow in support of all ochres, no matter who they are, what they are, anything. We raised money for the Trevor Project, which I was so excited to be able to do. And I was excited to see the happiness and joy it was able to bring to people across all schools. Leaving Coventry High School, we went through elementary school and the middle school. And it was amazing seeing people that knew my face because it made their day just knowing that our town was able to have that in our school.
Rain, do you want to say anything?
I just wanted to say thank you for pushing this forward because people cannot thrive in a place where they are not accepted. And by doing this, you are showing us and the people in my community that we are accepted and that we are appreciated parts of this community. And that's a place where you can thrive. Where you are not accepted and where you receive hatred is a place where you cannot live to your fullest extent. So it's very comforting to know that the people on Town's Council support and want us to thrive, which is super important. And I just wanted to thank you for that. I have experienced my fair share of issues with people in the past. So it's very important to me that the people in charge and the leaders and the examples for people will push forward something that shows that they support us, because that always trickles down to people who watch you guys as leaders. So I just want to say thank you so much for this. It means a lot.
You're welcome. Come forward for your certificate. Thank you. Thank you very much. Very, very nicely presented and very nicely accepted. Agenda G3, discussion of the referendum vote that took place May 26, 2022. We've asked our town manager and our assistant superintendent, Mr. Coward, to present their comments and recommendations. Mr. Marchant.
Thank you, Madam President. I think we all felt rather disappointed after the results of the last referendum, after all of the time and effort that we put into preparing a quality budget. And I don't think the results of the referendum are any reflection on that work, effort, and preparation. I think what we have is a lack of engagement with the community, a lack of understanding about how these services are delivered and being provided to the community. And hopefully we can continue the council's goal of being more transparent and more engaged with the members of our community so that people understand what it is that local government does in a town like Coventry. I was just speaking with our solicitor before the meeting, how this community has always been somewhat of a bedroom community. People live in little hollows, little neighborhoods, and a lot of people don't even realize they live in a very sophisticated town with a very large operation, and that we have over $100 million budget to keep 7 schools running and 404 miles of roads to be maintained, plowed, potholes patched. There's a lot of development going on, and this all takes people to do. There's very little in government that can be automated the way you can at maybe a grocery store checkout and do self-service. Now there are opportunities to improve the self-service options, but that also is going to take in an investment, and we can't accomplish any progress without investing in our community. So I commend the council for their efforts. They've worked many long hours, late nights, many meetings, an all-day strategic planning retreat where they have looked in depth at each of the department's needs and everything that we're trying to accomplish. And at some point, you need to make a deeper investment. I think everyone can relate with the idea that you might save some money on an oil change, and you could save it for many months, but in the end, you're going to pay a lot more than if you had just kept up on your maintenance. And that's what we're trying to do with the budget. We're trying to keep up on what we have so that we don't lose it, and it ends up costing the taxpayers more down the road. So following the referendum, the charter does call and prescribe a next step, and it doesn't really leave any choice because it says that the town council shall propose an alternative budget, and that there shall be another financial town meeting and another budget referendum. And because of those terms of the charter, it's not a reflection on the way the vote went for those that voted no to reject the budget for whatever reason that may be. I would invite anyone from the public that was a no vote to sit down with me and talk about the nuts and bolts of every department and any concerns they have about how these tax dollars are being put to use in the town. And so that we can have a more informed vote on the next round as the town charter calls for.
Thank you, Mr. Marchant. Assistant Superintendent Coward, please. We're asking you for your comments about the vote and your recommendations.
Sure. So we put together a short slide presentation, but first let me just say I'm the Assistant Superintendent of the schools, Don Cowart. Harold Sands, our Finance Director, and Dave Florio from the school committee are also here. The superintendent couldn't be here, but we had a conversation about this topic at the last school committee meeting. So I'm just here to share the topics that we discussed and the consensus that we came to, and to bring that to the town council. Go ahead, Cody. So, we didn't take a formal poll, but in talking to people soon after the referendum, people not only in the school department, but people in the community, we really couldn't find anybody who had complaints about the budget that was put forward. We did find many individuals that didn't know about the all-day referendum and didn't participate in the vote. The people who did participate did indicate that they didn't see or receive any print notification, that they didn't get any kind of robocall. They weren't aware. There was no issue with the budget, but should be to the actual tax rate increase versus the levy, meaning people were a little bit confused by what we were bringing forward with how that differs from the increase from one year to the next. They didn't understand that, and we feel that the school committee feels that needs to be clarified, and that the issue was really more about a lack of communication and a lack of voter turnout versus the tax increase itself. The school committee talked about the quick turnaround, meaning we had the referendum, we had a school committee meeting, now we're having this meeting. We haven't had a chance to come together, the two bodies, to discuss the outcome, to debrief what took place, and to really have a brainstorming session about what to do next. I'm here to speak about that now. But we do believe there needs to be a strong agreement between the two entities to figure out how we can communicate better to the taxpayers so that they participate and vote. The school committee unanimously voted to put forth the same budget that was put out on May 26th. We don't believe there was an issue with the budget itself. It was just it was a communications issue. And this is crucial. We feel strongly, without jeopardizing sports and programs and other activities that we celebrate often in our school community, we can't have 2 out of 3 years level funded. That would just decimate all the work that we're trying to do and the progress that we've made. And where the school committee said that they would make the commitment to do whatever they needed to do to get the vote out. And then this is the exact same budget document that we put forward with the last referendum. So.
Thank you, Mr. Coward. Assistant Superintendent Coward. Any questions for either Mr. Marchand or Assistant Superintendent Coward? Mr. LeBlanc.
I have a couple of questions. I believe my first one is for Mr. D'Agostino. I know that the charter says that we shall propose another budget, but when it comes to the word shall, there's no time frame, in my opinion. It can be next week. It can be 4 months from now. Correct?
You are correct that the word shall and that provision of the charter does not contain any indication as to when the second budget or subsequent budget would be considered.
Okay. Because what I would like to propose and have the town council consider before we vote on another budget to go in front of the taxpayers, I would like maybe a weekend session where we can, and I don't know who's going to show up. Maybe it will be a quorum that we had at the FTM or the lack of quorum, which was 8 people or more. But I would like to at least give a forum for the public to let the town council know what the second budget should or should not look like. It just gives them an option. It's not just what we think, because I can tell you after the budget vote, I did not hear from anybody saying, oh, I voted it down because of X, or it should have been passed. And I don't know if the rest of you did, and I wanted to ask that question, but I don't feel comfortable voting on another budget tonight.
Okay, that will be taken up in item H5. So we'll get to that. You can raise your questions at that point. Mrs. Lima.
Wanted to kind of echo sentiments along that line. I think I had one person email me with feedback about the budget, but I think that person voted yes ultimately. I don't know that we have any information on why the 800 or some odd people voted no. Was the budget not enough? Was the budget too much? Is it just a vote against a tax increase no matter what? I mean, it seems crazy to me that we're going to go forward with another budget and take a swing when we haven't gotten any feedback. So I don't know, maybe it's what Mr. Cowart said. It's just a matter of communication completely. And that there really wasn't an issue with the budget, but I know that I posted on my Facebook page, I think every day for almost 2 weeks. I went on the radio 2 or 3 times and talked about this budget. I also made phone calls to those who are in my district with voter information. I sent out an e-blast. I'd also want to talk about what more communication will happen in addition to what already happened for the next one, what tactics specifically will be employed. So that's my piece. I wouldn't be against the recommendation that Councilmember LeBlanc is making, just giving one final opportunity for people to participate. I mean, I didn't get any feedback, and I really don't know where the public stands because we got such a small sample size that showed up for the vote this year. So that's it.
Mrs. Shockley, comments?
Yes, thank you. So after the budget referendum, I guess you could say I took to the airwaves and I voiced my frustration publicly on Facebook. And I have to say, my updates every week get very little traction, but this got a lot of traction. People reached out. A lot of people voted yes. A lot of people did not know about the budget referendum. Those who reached out to say they didn't vote yes on the budget, some of them had reasons, and through discussions, In certain instances, we were already doing some of the things that they wanted us to do, or we'd already looked at those things and there was a reason we weren't. For most people, it's because we asked. I think it's that any bill you get, if National Grid were to reach out to me and say, would you like to raise your rates for next year? The average person would say no. I think if a local restaurant you frequent said, we need to raise our prices on our menu, you would say no. I think what the restaurant isn't saying is we're either going to raise the rates on our menu or we're going to close. Those are our two options. By giving people the option of yes or no, I think we're saying either answer is fine. And I think our town is getting to a place where either answer really isn't. We spent months working on this budget. We've been inviting people. Obviously, our message isn't getting out because of how few people are attending meetings that we are asking them to come to. People aren't attending all-day referendums, weekend or evening meetings. In many cases, I do think it's because they don't know. That I think is what we need to work on. I guess my fear is we have very little money to spend on getting the word out. And any money that we would spend, I would want to have go towards letting people know about the budget we're presenting and getting them to come vote, as opposed to getting them to come to another meeting to voice why. As I said, some people had valid reasons, of course. Most people, it was based on inflation, their current budget. And I believe some people are really just have a libertarian mindset that they don't want to pay more taxes. So I did get a lot of feedback. I will say I've gotten more feedback than I've gotten in the past year and a half I've been on this council. And most of it was, I didn't know.
Okay, Ms. Ludwig.
So in response to Councilor LeBlanc, I had reached out to several hundred residents, mainly in District 2, but it also crossed anyone who I have ever spoken with in this town. You know who you are. You probably got an email from me to say, please consider supporting the budget with information on it. Similar to some of the other counselors, I posted on social media. I had a sign in front of my home. I was surprised at the low turnout, to be honest. I know that we have traditionally not had a great turnout, but I didn't think it would be this low. So I went back out to some of that audience to say, I need some feedback. There were two themes that I got, and only the people in District 2 responded back to me. The first thing was, I had several persons that mentioned, I will not, and I guess maybe never approve a tax increase. So that was one piece of feedback. When I asked them, what do you want me to cut then? They did not respond at all. No suggestion, nothing, no response. Even after I went back to them again and said, I haven't heard from you in a few days. What would you like me to put on the chopping block? No response. The second theme that I got was several people did mention to me, oh, last year I got a robocall. I didn't get that this year. More communication. So I personally feel we have to balance the amount of money spent towards communication with what we will get back from it, because I feel like there were avenues that we tried to reach out to people. We can debate whether or not they were the right ones and what increase we might want. I'm totally open to talking about that. But those were the two pieces of feedback that I got from multiple members of residents of District 2. I will not approve any tax increase without any feedback. And then I did not know. For me, what that means is, and if I take a look at the numbers of the people who did show up in District 2 to vote, there was a slight majority to yes, but it was very small. So I don't have a clear indication of what people want. I am supportive of the idea of having some sort of open session to get feedback. I would not want to wait too long, because going on a level funded budget has proven not to work for us. However, I don't think that we know what the consequences of that are, nor have we implemented any of those consequences. So I'll just throw out a few ideas here and hopefully people will get the idea. Do you want your garbage picked up every week? Maybe the answer is no. Do you want us to charge for garbage? Because on July 1st, for the next fiscal year of the town, we owe $80,000 more to the Johnson landfill for doing nothing. It's just the increase in cost. Where do I make up that $80,000? I just need a suggestion. What do you want cut? If you don't want the tax increase, what do you want cut? You can't tell me, oh, this person is paid too much. This union gets too much. You need to show up at the meetings well in advance when we're discussing those contracts, when they're on the agenda, when we're voting on those things, not several months later and say, you should have docked them this much. Quite frankly, the environment that we're in the fiscal environment that the nation is in, with 7+% interest, inflation, I should say, with gas prices skyrocketing, I get it. I understand that people do not want a tax increase. I get it. Tell me what to cut. And if the answer is, I want to keep everything, then we have to look at what that additional funding would go towards. So I am open to the feedback. I don't know how to get it. I would be interested if anyone could provide tonight on Zoom in the audience, even afterwards, some feedback would be appreciated. And I am open to discussing possibly looking down the road a little bit as opposed to tonight. I'm also open to discussing tonight if there's others that want to discuss that for tonight, for example. Thank you.
Thank you. As others did, I was on the radio and recorded several informational announcements that were run. I have an extensive email list. I sent out an email list to my email list asking them for support for the budget. I was also on Facebook next door. And I also put out signs, which I've done in every single campaign, cut them out and picked them up and then moved them to the locations where we did the voting. I also asked after the vote, give me feedback on why you voted. If you voted, did you vote? And if you voted, let me know how you voted. If you voted no, why? Not too many people responded to that particular question, but those who did respond cited lack of communication. And I have to agree that we did not have a coordinated campaign to get out the vote. I think to a certain extent, we were feeling confident because Facebook was not plastered with negative comments about don't vote for this or people make too much money or what have you. And so I think we became a little bit confident that things were going to be okay this time compared to how we were sensing public sentiment in other situations. So I think there was no coordinated campaign. And I also am very concerned because over 69% of the budget is actually for the school, the Coventry Public Schools. And most of the comments really come to us about the municipal government. And we can save, and we might be able to cut, $80,000 for transfer station services. But I wonder what happens with the school budget, which represents 69% of the budget, and how you're going to be able to cope with that. And I really seriously want to know what the school is going to do to help promote this budget, because I'm going to be honest with you, I did not see a lot of commitment on the part of the school to get out the vote. So the council did get out. We were very active on social media. All of us were out there. We were doing everything we could possibly do, phone calls, et cetera. But there was not a whole lot done by the school. So what can you commit to do to help us get out the vote should the council decide to go for another vote?
So I can say that because I did it myself. We sent out an email to all our families, letting them know about the vote and the polling locations. We did that a few days in advance. We did post information on social media where a lot of our people get information. We did not do a robocall this year, and regretfully so. Because we do have the capacity to do that. We're cautious of when we do that because when you do it too often, it becomes white noise and people stop using it as a resource for information. But the school committee and the superintendent and myself at the last school committee meeting said that there has to be a commitment to communication. And I think there probably needs to be a brainstorming session about what that's going to look like. I've been involved in my capacity as assistant superintendent in prior years in ways to communicate information about the budget and the vote and we're happy to do that again. But I don't, I can't speak for any one person, but I can speak for the body. And I think the body is looking for an opportunity to go at this budget again because so much work went into it. And it represents what this community needs to move forward. And if we don't have this budget, the things that we have to look at that are not contractual obligations or regulations are the things that the kids love, the things that we celebrate. And if those things end up in the chopping block, our high school kids will go to other districts because that's what they did 2 or 3 years ago when we started talking about activities that kids love. If they can't get the activities here, they'll go someplace else. And then we pay a tuition for them to go someplace else. So they can take a career and tech program at Pontiac or North Kingstown or any other community, and we pay the per pupil expenditure for that student to go. So you lose 10 kids, it's $150,000. So we don't like those kinds of scare tactics because they don't motivate people to vote. They motivate people to leave. And that's not a good strategy for us.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask a question for Mr. D'Agostino. Mr. D'Agostino, if we do not have an approved budget by July 1st, how do we operate? What does our charter say?
So the charter provision and its section 8.18 basically indicates, and I'll just read it. If electors fail to adopt the operating budget for the last day of the current fiscal year, the amounts appropriated for current operation for the current fiscal year shall be deemed adopted for the ensuing fiscal year on a month-to-month basis, with all items in it prorated accordingly until such time as the electors approve a budget for the ensuing fiscal year. So you basically use last year's or the last approved budget, and you go month to month until you have a new budget approved. And that's consistent with the state law as well.
Okay, thank you. So if a budget were to be approved to go to referendum, say, I'll just say October, and it were approved, is that amount retroactive to the beginning of the fiscal year?
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that because your expenditures are based on the prior fiscal year. If you don't approve a budget until October, you certainly have made expenditures under a prior fiscal year budget. I would think that you'd have some balancing of that through the finance department. Mm-hmm. So I don't think there would be a negative impact. But come July 1st, if there is no new budget, then we know exactly what the prior year expenditures were, and that's what's authorized going forward on month-to-month basis.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure the public understood that. Mr. Marchand.
Procedurally, you could approve a budget in October that would cover the whole year, but it would necessitate sending out a supplemental tax bill after the initial tax bill goes out in July. That would be based on the prior year's tax rate. So it would require an extra effort. It would be indicative of a commitment by the community to fully fund all the positions in the school and the town in order to complete that year based on the desired outcome, the desired budget. But you don't necessarily have to do it that way either. It is at the council's discretion about what level of funding they are going to appropriate.
Okay, thank you. I just want the public and the council to understand the ramifications of any decisions that are made. Ms. Ludwig.
I did want to mention that I am not interested in doing 2 votes, 3 votes, 4 votes. I would be interested in discussing a possible second vote based off of feedback from residents, but I am not interested in a possible third or fourth or et cetera votes. I just want to make that known. And then also, we will be discussing it later. But if we are to look at an additional budget, it sounds like we have the recommendation that was originally put forward. I believe I could be supportive of that. However, I do want to just put a seed in our minds that we're going to be discussing a possible RFP later tonight, and that costs money. So to me, to not put it on a future second budget, if that's what we decide, to me would not be a smart move. So just planting a seed for us to possibly consider.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Lima. Hey, Mrs. Shockley.
Appreciate it. Thank you. If right now we were being told that we had a short period of time to come up with a budget, I would not support that. But as a council and a school committee, along with our finance directors, we worked months on a budget. And if that budget barely had passed the council, I still might be more willing to say, let's really tear this apart again. But we unanimously approved a budget that we worked for months on. And I don't think that that should be made light of because of the fact that what in most elections would barely be considered a margin of error, it got voted down. So while I respect the opinions of the people who voted, whether they voted yes or no, I don't think that we should take the input of experts going to the council and school committee that were elected by the residents of Coventry as not that important in this process. I think we're really subjugating the work that got done in creating this budget. I don't think that we should belittle that. I don't think we should belittle the vote either, but I think we have to take both of those things and say, is the month's worth of work by experts less important than a one-day vote by 6% of the population? So I just think it's something that we should think about.
Thank you. Mrs. Lima.
Could Mr. Marchant or Mr. D'Agostino just outline, I mean, if you look on, I think the resolution, because you're proposing a new date for an all-day referendum and a financial town meeting in this resolution. And it's a fairly quick turnaround time you're proposing, a June 28th financial town meeting and an all-day referendum on June 30th. So I assume that's within keeping with the Board of Canvassers and states timelines of when you can do an election.
Yes. So first, I'll say I'm not committed to that date. You're not obligated to stick to that date. From an administrative standpoint, the Board of Canvassers requires 1 week in order to get the election machines from the Secretary of State and to publish the new ballots.
Yeah.
So we can do a very quick turnaround whenever the council's prepared to do that. I selected the dates in June so that if the referendum were to take place on the 30th of June, we could turn around and issue the tax bills a single time without having to go to the expense of a second supplemental tax bill. So if we do it after July 1, we're going to have to issue 2 tax bills if the budget passes. If it doesn't pass, obviously we wouldn't.
All right, that's good to know. So, I mean, I haven't heard any additional feedback on, Councilmember LeBlanc's proposal of having one final public session of this budget. So there's, kind of no excuses. Like we gave you one last opportunity to come and learn about the budget, speak with the school committee, speak with the town council, administration. I mean, is that something you feel like maybe you'd have to talk with them, but can the school committee make themselves available before this date, or maybe we push this back like 2 weeks, or I don't know. I know the reasoning why you put it before June 30th, but I don't know what everybody else's on the council's appetite is for having an open session for people that one last opportunity to give feedback, but or from the school side, if Mr. Florio has an opinion.
Yeah, we'd have to pull the committee to see if we could have a quorum for whatever date you.
And your next meeting is when?
I don't have it in front of me. I want to say it's the 23rd or 24th.
Okay, right now we're in agenda G3, which is simply a discussion. When we get to the agenda item that has to do with H5, then we can take into account motions that members of the town council may wish to make about.
But this is directly related, because if we adopt a budget, nothing that the public says at this public session, it can be taken into account. It's like having a second financial town meeting. So the idea is if we get public feedback, then we can propose adjustments of the budget, then adopt a budget, and then it goes to the financial town meeting, because once you adopt a budget and it's approved, you're essentially in financial town meeting phase. So that's why this discussion is important for now and not until later in the agenda.
I understand that, but what can happen is when we get to agenda H5, someone from the council could simply ask to table that particular agenda item and pending a discussion about having conversation and getting public feedback.
But my point is that would affect this vote. So if a majority of the council wanted to have a public session where people could come one last time to talk about a proposed budget, because this would mean that we would be adopting one, and then no changes can be made after that.
Well, we would just simply, this is a discussion. We're in a discussion only section now. If the members of the council do not wish to take a vote about adopting a budget, then we would simply take a motion to table agenda item H5.
Okay. That's all I wanted to bring up is because if this document was approved, then it negates any of the viability or purpose of a public info session.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. So that the route to do would be to table this particular agenda item when we get to it. Okay. All right. We're still.
But I would love to hear feedback from other counselors on that, if they're interested in that or where they stand. Just would like to hear.
Okay. Mr. LeBlanc, do you want to add any further comments to those you've already made, asking for a public, another public hearing?
I fully support that.
Okay. Mr. Shockley.
I would say that theoretically, I fully support that. I don't know if that's an oxymoron, but I would want to ask the finance director if that sounds feasible. I know we still have a due from to the schools, which could make a level funded budget in July and August very difficult on that end. So while I really like the idea of asking the public one more time if they have input for this budget before we make a choice, I want to make sure that there's no negative impact that we couldn't overcome if a budget was passed after June.
Ms. Mills.
I know July expenses can often be quite high, so possibly Mr. Sands as well.
So I'm not quite clear on your question as far as if we do not adopt the budget.
If we push it past June 30th, if we have to work in July and possibly August on a level funded budget.
Yes.
On a 1/12 level funded budget as opposed to an approved level funded budget. Are there issues what are the issues that we're going to run into as a town? And I'd like to ask Mr. Sands what issues we'd run into as a school.
So I can tell you from a town perspective, if we eliminated, we have the current budget, if we eliminated the CIP and most of the contingency numbers, we're back to the prior years. So the level funding from the town's municipality perspective will not be a difficult hurdle. However, it will be extremely difficult for the school department because they will not be receiving $2 million. They will not be getting an additional appropriation. So it will hurt them. We've had increases in revenue from a municipal side as far not associated with, do I see here? Not associated with taxes. So it would not hurt our side, but it definitely would hurt the school department. Harold Sands, you want to talk about this?
I do take some exception to saying it would not hurt the municipal side, because if we were to cut the contingency fund and we also were cut CIP, there's a reason CIP money is in there. And that is to make necessary improvements. And every year we keep on cutting CIP, and approximately half of that money was going to go to the school. So there is an impact, even if we did not include CIP and we took out contingency, maybe we're back to level funding, but we certainly are going to be hurt on the municipal side also.
Correct. I totally agree with you, Madam President. I'm just talking from an operational standpoint.
Yes.
We'll squeeze by. Clearly, in the past, being level funded, and even the years that we were not level funded, we did not contribute to CIP in a healthy way for this town. So, and we're at the end of this period, and we have trucks that are 30 years old. We have paving that needs to be done. We have school department CIP issues. There's a lot. I totally agree with you, but from an operational standpoint, we would be able to squeeze by.
Okay. Mr. Sands, I'd like to introduce to the public, Mr. Harold Sands, who is the finance director for the Coventry Public Schools. Mr. Sands.
Thank you very much. There's two factors here that are going to affect the school. One, the state funding in July is much lower than the regular funding, and two, you're going to start going into a structural deficit for the school system, and we can't fathom that those two either. There is ARPA funding for us that we could fall back on, but those two issues right there, where the state doesn't fund as much in July, will create problems for the school.
And to add to that, so at the beginning of the year, we usually get annual expenses that are due at the start of the year. So when July 1st turns over, many of the vendors that we deal with, whether it's for computer programming, curriculum materials, things like that, things that we have in an annual vendor account, most of those bills come in July 1st. So once the new year turns over, we're usually paying for an entire year for a number of different programs that we use. The other thing is we have other expenses that come up in the beginning of the year that kind of set us up for September, and that would sort of impact our ability to, we'll be able to open. I'm not worried about that, but just the usual flow of the financial status of the school department in terms of getting ready for the new year would be disrupted.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Florio, did you wish to make a statement? Mr. Florio, for the members of the public, is the vice chair for the Coventry Public Schools.
Hi, everybody. Last Thursday night, we had a meeting and I chaired it. And one of the points that Mr. Levis made was that there'd be a cut to the athletics of $588,000. Now, when that issue came up, the United Unified team, they were here. This whole room was full of unified basketball players. Am I correct on that? And when we started discussing this, the kids were actually asked to leave because they found it so upsetting. We're talking a lot of disabled kids. And Mr. Levis wanted to cut out the discussion. And we gave them the awards and we continued the topic. And the reason why he wanted the kids to leave was because he didn't want the parents and the kids upset by what we were discussing about the cuts. These cuts, if you've had many award ceremonies with this evening, with kids from our high school, with kids who were involved in sports over the course of the year, and children who moved up academically, as Ms. Brooke Maycomber said at graduation, we have a 5-star school system at the high school, and we'd like to keep it that way. And I think when it comes down to everything, I think we're asking for a 0.93 increase in our budget. And it's really not a lot of money, but I get it. I get it. The community's angry, not necessarily with the school department, not necessarily with the town, but there's a lot of outside stressors that's really affecting. This is what I hear, that's affecting their decisions. And they have the attitude that I don't want my taxes raised. And I don't have kids in the school department. And I have 2 houses on Tioga Lake and I'm angry and I don't want to pay more in taxes. And some of these people are actually town employees that I know personally, and they're very upset. They're very upset. And best thing we can do is get out there and convince the families of the unified basketball players, the families that come before this council, the kids that excel in sports, the kids that excel in academics, and the regular kids who just love our school system and their parents. And I think if we're given a chance, they will pass this budget, pass the same budget. That's what I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Florio, for your comments.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Assistant Superintendent, any closing comments you'd like to make?
No, I think we've made our point pretty clear.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. That's conclusion of agenda G3, which is simply recommendations. I'm sorry, Mr. Shockley?
I'd just like to say, as someone who is a parent of students in the Coventry school system who are excelling, I know that there are other schools available. My kids do well in school. They play sports. They have a lot of friends. I would like to keep them here. I went to high school in the town I went to kindergarten in, and I still have some of those friends. And I think it's an important part of growing up. But I will tell you that if we cut this budget, I will look at other schools for my kids. And not because I don't think they can get a quality education. I know quite a few teachers at Coventry High School who I feel extremely confident would educate my children well. And I can tell you that it's the people like me and the students like my sons who will leave. And therefore, the people who are saving a couple bucks right now, they're left behind. Their kids will stay in the Coventry school systems because other schools don't have to take you. So we kind of want to be, we don't want to be penny wise and pound foolish. We don't want to look at a couple bucks a month today so that the people who we're trying to help right now are who we are hurting the most in the future.
Thank you. All right, we started discussing this budget in December of 2021. We are in June, so it's 7 months of discussions that we have had, public hearings, all kinds of presentations by the school and municipal side. We'll get back to this item again on H5, and we'll decide what the council wants to do to proceed. I would like to continue on with H4, authorizing the town manager to issue an RFP for a study on the delivery of fire services in the town of Coventry. I would like to ask Mr. Bliss to please come forward. Mr. Bliss, please take your seat up here with us. Thank you. I made this announcement at the beginning of the meeting, but I will repeat it again. Mr. Bliss will represent the town of Coventry and the town council in all matters relating to fire protection for the town. Mr. Bliss has practiced employment and labor law and general civil litigation with both small and large Rhode Island law firms. He has a practice in Providence, Rhode Island. Okay.
Can I just ask, nice to meet you, Mr. Bliss. Because I feel that the issuance of this RFP is based on approving, the 45,000.
It doesn't have to be based on that.
Okay.
Okay. Agenda H4, authorizing the town manager to issue an RFP for a study on the delivery of fire service in the town of Coventry. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Marchand, would you please speak to this item, please?
Yes, this item is simply a proposal to put out a request for proposals to find a consultant that would propose to do a study of the level of service of fire services in the town of Coventry. And it would look at our current form of governance with the 4 separate districts. It would look at the level of service provided by each of those districts and determine, the capacity and the redundancy and the opportunities for what a better model might look like. They might look at several scenarios. to really put the whole issue into context for the benefit of the town council to address a lot of the questions that are being raised recently, not only among the districts, but within the Charter Review Commission and different parts of the community that are very concerned about the town's ability to provide fire and life protection services.
Okay, discussion. Members of the council, any other questions you might have? Mr. LeBlanc?
Mr. Marchant, have we reached out to the chiefs of each fire district or the boards to make sure that they actually have the time and effort to provide anybody who's going to be doing this evaluation?
Not yet. I have not had those conversations. Obviously, in order to perform a successful study, we would need the cooperation of each of the fire districts and their staff. And that would go hand in hand. You wouldn't be able to do a very good study if anyone wasn't cooperating.
Okay, so this vote is really just for you to create an RFP, but not us actually approving anything, correct?
Correct.
Other than you creating
Correct.
one that's going to eventually go out.
If I advertise an RFP, then we'll get proposals for the town council to look at and consider an option and discuss and get input from the fire districts on the proposals.
Great. And then when we get those options, if we could just ensure that you've already had those discussions with the chiefs of each district and the boards to make sure that they have the time to and the effort that this will need.
Sure.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Ms. Ludwig?
So we issue the RFP, but we don't have to actually go with anyone, right? Because we have no money for this.
Right.
Right. Okay. One thing I would like to comment on, my initial reaction to this is I don't personally believe that one state recognized entity should be looking into taking over another state recognized entity. However, I am open to a study of possibilities. So I would be interested in the findings of what options there are out there if those districts are willing to participate. Thank you.
Okay. Mrs. Shockley?
I know that we are not completely unique in our current situation. Other towns have had to look into this in the past and look into consolidation or making changes to how their fire districts work. So I do really appreciate that we're not acting rashly. I agree with Councilmember Ludwig. If this is a separate entity from the town, but I do think that as the town council, we do have to make sure that if any decision ever has to be made, we have data and we're not simply guessing at what the best possible outcome could be. I know people have their opinions, but I would like to really see some data in front of me in case this decision ever does come before us.
Mrs. Lima?
I think it's important to remember that the results of this, and I think Mr. Marchant's even brought this up, whatever this third party tells us, it's not going to be, you should do this. It's going to be a list of recommendations of possible things that you could do. It's not going to be one solution in particular. So it's just information from a third party source evaluating the entire picture at large. And I think information is power. And I think with something like this, that's too important to play a guessing game. And I think you talk to so many people in town and everybody thinks they have the best solution for addressing the perennial problem and uncertainty that comes with fire services in town. So I think having a third party source evaluate the current situation is a really smart move and shows taxpayers that we're invested in their safety. So that's all.
Thank you. Yes, and all of us on the council are bombarded with questions about what's going to happen. They're all listening to public meetings that are being held in each of the fire districts. We're not experts on fire protection. We do have a responsibility for the health and welfare of a community. We need to better understand what that means. But we're not experts. We need someone to come in and to provide us with some consulting services. So we want to issue the RFP. Once Mr. Marchand gets the RFP, it will be brought forth to the council as all RFPs are brought forth to us. We'll look at the language, make recommendations, and then we will decide whether we are going to issue the RFP. Okay, we ready for a vote? Okay, Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays, the motion passes. Okay, we're now at agenda H5. This is just discussion action adopting the town of Coventry's alternate operating capital budget of $114,412,265 for fiscal year 2022 to 2023 for a presentation at a special financial town meeting on June 28th, 2022, and an all-day referendum on June 30th, 2022. Per Town Charter Section 818D, reference pages, I believe, 85.
President Dixon,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to table this agenda item. But I would also like to table it, knowing that we would have a meeting where the public could come in front of us, let us know their thoughts on the current budget, whether it needs to decrease or increase, and why, before this agenda item comes back to the town council.
Okay, we'll take up that, and then I have questions about that motion.
I would second that motion.
Excuse me. We have a motion to table. Do we have a second?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. Roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Well, shouldn't we have discussion on the motion and second first?
Okay, we have a motion to table. We have a second to table. Discussion. Mrs. Shockley.
Every other time we've discussed having more ways that we can involve the public, I have 100% supported it. We have had Saturday meetings. We have had extra meetings to get public opinion. We've kept Zoom as an option, even though it's no longer a necessity. Thank goodness, a requirement. In this case, I feel as if the time it would take to get this additional input would not impact the budget in such a way as to change it considerably. As I said, the entire town council approved this budget unanimously. It is not an infallible budget. It is not perfect. There are things that could change. There are things that could be added. There are things that could be taken away. But after months of working on this budget, this was the budget that got approved to be put towards the voters. I think it's an excellent budget. I think it is working within the parameters that we can work through and continue to not just maintain the status quo, but start moving to a place that we need to be in a couple of years where these ARPA funds are no longer available. So if I thought having this meeting would bring us so much public input, that would make so much change, that it would really impact how the voters would feel about the budget, then I would fully support it. But in this case, I think we've put forth the best budget that we can as a council, and that our financial leadership that we have hired to help us make these decisions stand behind as well. And for that reason, and only that reason, I don't approve of having an additional meeting and putting off approving a budget for longer. But if in the future there are more ways that we think we can engage people on future budgets, then I would fully support that.
Okay, we have a discussion on the motion to table. Ms. Ludwig.
I think Councilor Shockley makes some good points, but I will continue being an optimist in this community and providing opportunities when I can to the voters to make their voice heard. I don't want to drag our feet on it, so could we possibly do this soon?
But we're only voting on the motion to table right now.
Exactly. So I am in support of tabling the vote from tonight in favor of getting a public hearing, public comment, something in the next few weeks.
Okay, thank you. I'm in agreement with Mrs. Shockley that we made an all-out effort to present a budget that we felt was reasonable. We asked the school department to do likewise. We heard no recommendations this evening, either from Mr. Marchant or Assistant Superintendent Coward to change the budget in any way. The school committee has approved the budget, presenting the budget in the same format that, in the same amount that has already been presented. I don't see any gain for us in asking for more feedback. We've had so many public hearings and we've had like 3 people show up or 30 people show up, even for the comprehensive plan in which we had, we're working on a comprehensive plan that will really set the stage for the visioning for the community for the next 15 to 20 years. And we had 30 people there, and most of them were people who are on the committee or members of the consulting committee. So I don't see that we're going to gain a lot. We certainly can go out as individual council members and ask for more feedback using our social media to give us feedback concerning the budget. And I think we need to have an all-out effort to campaign for a budget, strongly put our foot behind what we believe in the budget and go forward. So I'm not going to approve to table this amendment, table the motion. So are we ready for a vote? Mrs. Lima.
I just wanted to echo the sentiments of Vice President Ludwig in that I do agree that Councilmember Shockley makes a valid point. I mean, like we said, we did meet on this since December. We probably had more than half a dozen meetings talking about department by department on the budgets, an opportunity for the public to deep dive into each line item. We had 2 public sessions, one on a weeknight, one on a weekend morning. And then of course the financial town meeting. So I totally understand the sentiments of President Dixon and Councilmember Shockley, but like Vice President Ludwig said, I believe in adding this session for the principle of transparency and giving one final opportunity so that there's really no excuse at that point that you didn't have an opportunity to voice your opinion in this next round. The fact you may not have known about meetings before or whatever it might be. And I also agree, I want it to move quickly. I heard someone throw out, I think before approving a budget in October, I'm not even looking at that. I'm talking about bumping it out maybe a week or 2.
Well, thank you. Let us take the motion to table.
Hold on. I'm just making, I'm not picking a date. I'm just making a point. I'm just trying to say, we don't have to drag our feet. We can add in this one date between the school committee and the council relatively quickly, and it doesn't need to be an act of Congress to make it happen. So that's the only point I was trying to make. I'm not trying to set any specifics. I'm just trying to make a point. Thanks.
Mr. Shockley.
Yes, thank you for letting me say one more thing. While I would attend whatever type of meeting we had, if we decided to move forward with tonight's budget, I would want to have a meeting similar to, I believe, what the council members are discussing, where we have the opportunity to not just put out flyers and put out robocalls, but maybe really discuss this budget with people one more time, and the thought that went into it and why we put forth the budget that we did. So regardless of what this decision is right now, I think a meeting should be held for information.
Okay, we're ready for the vote.
President Dixon, just 2 final comments. I think, in my opinion, what this meeting represents is that the most important thing in this town, regardless of what the town council thinks about the budget, the finance directors, the town manager, it's the majority of the people that go out to vote that day, getting them to vote yes, that they have the most authority in this town. So what this meeting symbolizes is the fact that we have to respect what they think, what they want. I mean, we could think that 4% is a fantastic budget, all of us, every single town council member, the finance directors, everybody. But if they don't think so, it's not going to happen. So it's just a moment of time. I don't care if we do a special meeting next week for this. It just symbolizes the fact that what is most important in this town is what their thoughts are on this budget.
Okay, thank you. Ready for the vote to table. Ms. Ludwig.
Yes.
Mrs. Lima.
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley.
No.
Mr. LeBlanc.
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon. No. Okay. The motion to table passes 3 yeas. No. 3 yeas, 2 nays. Okay. The motion is tabled. So we have tabled agenda item H5. So I believe, Mr. Legal Counsel, may we engage in a discussion as to what this looks like, this meeting, when it's planned, how we get feedback from the council and how we plan it? Because if we just leave now, we don't have a plan as to when this will take place, who are the participants, and what's the timeline.
So the agenda item for adopting the budget has been tabled. The council can certainly have a discussion about scheduling. But I think I think you need to be cautious about that discussion. I think you can have a discussion about scheduling your next meeting.
Can we schedule it?
Yeah. Oh, yes. Yes. Yeah.
So we can schedule it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
The next meeting of the council is June 27th. Do you want to have the discussion with the public as part of that meeting, or would you like to schedule another time for this public hearing?
I think that would be dependent on how we wanted to put the word out about this meeting. I think if we're going to have it, then the way we've been putting the word out about our meetings has not been working. But I do think if we could have a robocall, we could move that up. A robocall is just one way I think we could help to do that, to reach the most people. And then we can use our other resources that we often use, such as social media, that sort of thing. But I would like to move it up from the 27th, especially because I know we have a full agenda on the 27th, and I don't want to not be getting our other town business accomplished.
Okay. So moving it up from the 27th, and what is the date for next Monday?
20th. The 20th.
20th. How does June 20th sound as a special meeting for the town council to invite the the Coventry Public Schools to make a presentation on their budget, and the town manager make a presentation on the budget, so that the public may come and ask questions about the budget and make comments?
Works for me.
Does that work for you, Mrs. Shockley?
It does.
That's fine. I will not be here, but we have enough to have a quorum, and we will have a special meeting on June 20th. And I will so direct the town clerk to plan that meeting for us.
What time does the council
What time? 6 o'clock or 7?
want to start?
It will be the only agenda item.
6 works for me.
I think having it at the same time we have our regular meetings would be less confusing. So keeping it at 6 o'clock might help at least get the people in attendance who are here this evening and here on Zoom.
Okay. So
a point of information.
Yes.
Would we put the budget resolution also on there in the event that no feedback is given? So then the council can tentatively adopt a budget that night, so we can keep things moving, or like.
Yes, you can have on the agenda discussion and possible action.
Does that make sense?
It could be a placeholder also if we're not ready that night.
That's what I mean. We don't have to do anything with it, but I'm saying if it's there, it's following OMA and it's there if we're ready.
Very smart. I like that.
Okay. So do we want to schedule a meeting, special meeting on the 20th, starting at 6 o'clock? Will we schedule it as a public hearing? Scheduled as a public hearing. And one of the agenda items after the public hearing would be agenda H5, which we have here on our agenda. However, the dates would be changed for when the town financial meeting and the referendum would take place.
Well, because the 28th and 30th of June would be 1 week later and too soon to do a vote. But I'll just leave those spaces empty.
Empty. Yeah. Okay. And the following week would be, I think, July 4th week. So it probably would have to be the week after that.
Or a month after that, depending on how much time everyone decides to promote this.
Yes, exactly. Okay. Mr. Coward, would you please inform the superintendent and the school committee that the council is going to have a special meeting on June 20th, 6 o'clock. It will be a public hearing. We would like the superintendent or you to make a presentation on the school budget. We'll ask Mr. Marchand to do one on the municipal budget. It will be a public hearing. People will be invited to come. We'll advertise this as to the full extent we possibly can advertise it. And at that time, we also might have a vote on the budget or not. Depends on how much feedback we get from the public hearing. Okay?
Council President,
Yes.
Public hearings have a specific notice requirement,
right, too.
and we don't have time to make a public hearing notice per se, but we can take public comment.
Public comment. Okay. So it will not be a public hearing. We will simply have presentations and then public comment. Okay. Okay. Looking for H.
We tabled that.
We tabled this. Okay. Okay, we're now at agenda item H6. Discussion, we're asking for a status update on each fire district. Each fire district chairperson of the board was invited by the town manager to discuss the following: financial health of the district, manpower health of the district, and challenges. As a reminder, Mr. Timothy Bliss will be sitting with us, who will represent the town of Coventry and the town council in matters pertaining to fire protection. This is an agenda item, not a vote. It's not a debate. It is a presentation so that the council and members of the public may get an update. After each presentation, members of the council may ask questions, and then we will move on to the next district presentation. Representing the Anthony, Mr. Brian Teston. Are you here, Mr. Teston? Thank you. Welcome. State your name and address, please.
Brian Teston, 2 Brookfield Road. Thank you for having me tonight. First, I would just like to give you a little bit of information about myself. I was elected in 2016. I've been chairman since 2018. In my regular work, I'm a director of finance at IGT, where I oversee hundreds of millions of dollars of budget and regularly create complex financial models. So I took an interest in the fire district back in that 2015, 2016 timeframe when the Coventry Fire District was going through some financial distress. And I've been on the board ever since. I'm going to hit a few different topics here, and then feel free to ask questions about any of them. First, in terms of the station itself, it's over 100 years old. It's constantly undergoing various improvements. Currently, what we're looking at is a number of projects. One being technology, IT, data security upgrades. One being lead paint remediation, a renovation to the second floor, which are the firefighters' quarters, which was last updated about 50 years ago. Energy efficiency updates in terms of HVAC, doors, windows, insulation, and then also projects related to the bay floors, drains, apron, and ramp. In regards to street lighting, the district just recently underwent an effort to purchase the lights from National Grid, convert them to LEDs, and that was completed in Q1 of 2022. The result of which will be a net cost savings, which was passed along to taxpayers as part of a tax cut for this current fiscal year's budget. apparatus in the station. We have a rescue. We have a ladder. We have an engine. The rescue's about 4 years old, almost. We replace that every 5 years. It gets a lot of mileage. The ladder is around 10 years old. Typically lasts around 20. That one's paid off and is good for another 10 years. The engine is the oldest. It's currently 21 years old. And we recently put out an RFP, took some bids, and are in the process of replacing that piece of apparatus. It's expensive, and there's a very long lead time in order to get it. So we're probably going to have the current engine another 18 months or so before a new one would arrive. But it's a necessary upgrade. Manpower, the district currently runs 4 platoons of 2 men on each platoon, each shift. One apparatus can respond at a time while the station's staffed with 2 individuals. The current CBA term is from January 1 of this year, 2022, to the end of 2024. It was negotiated in the fall of 2021. Currently, we have 7 full-time employees, 2 vacancies, and for this year, 1 add to staff plan. So by the end of the year, we are hoping to be at around 10 full-time employees. What that means is if we're on a 4 platoon system with 2 firefighters on each shift, once we go beyond the 8 firefighters, we would start adding a floater to each platoon. The current CBA calls for a manpower increase of 1 add per year for each of the 3 years. So we started with the previous CBA, contract 9 positions, and going to the current CBA, by the end of it, we'll have 12, which will allow us to run 4 platoons of 3 individuals, an extra set of hands on every shift, still 1 apparatus going out at a time, but with 3 individuals on a truck or on a rescue instead of 2. So the scope of types of runs that can be completed is greatly increased without calling for additional support. So in other words, having that extra set of hands, if the call requires a lift and 2 individuals couldn't get it done by themselves, they'd have to call in mutual aid or an additional, an engine from another district to help. With a 3rd individual on that truck, a good number of calls would be able to be taken by that 1 truck without having to rely on other districts. So that is the staffing plan to get from 9 to 12. We've looked at financially 12 being the sweet spot for this district as it stands today. Financial taxes. The budget for 2022 was $2.6 million, which is a 2% reduction from the previous year. As I mentioned about the streetlights provided that reduction. Of this total, $2.2 million of it comes from taxpayer revenue. The remainder is other revenue sources, primarily rescue, recovery, insurance billings. Out of the total budget, 1.7 of that is personnel. About 0.4 million is the station maintenance, apparatus, et cetera. About $200K for hydrants and lights, energy usage. And then the last $300K is various admin, whether it be audit, accounting, legal, other miscellaneous items. The district's been debt-free since 2019, aside from a note on the current rescue, and aside from an escrow for National Grid, because there was a a settlement agreement between us and National Grid, which allowed us to upgrade the streetlights. So we hadn't been paying the National Grid bills for years while we got the desired result. And now that the lights are in and we get the incentives that we're owed through the Department of the Office of Energy Research and National Grid, we can go forward as the service, the entity that has accepted service for street lighting. In terms of 2021, or 2020's audit, it has been finalized and is being issued. 2021's audit, we're on a calendar year basis, so that calendar year 2021 ended December 31st. That's expected to be completed in Q4. There's typically pension information that's released around October. So despite the deadline being June 30th, we're never timely on that. We've spoken a number of times with the Auditor General's office, and they understand that we're waiting for pension information, and that we could either file timely with an opinion on our audit, or we could wait, get the information, and file late, but have no opinion on the audit. So that has been my preference. 2021's, these are unaudited, but as of 12/31/2021, unaudited year-end cash, we have about 2.3 million in total. However, 1.2 million of that is restricted to cover the National Grid settlement, as well as a couple of labor payments, and that leaves 1.1 million net approximately. Also for 2021, 12/31, unaudited P&L position at the end of the year, we're looking at a surplus of a couple $100,000, which happens when you budget for staffing and then you have less staffing than you're not fully staffed the entire year. So there's been some vacancy throughout the year. The Fire Academy runs twice a year in April and September. So you can't always get, when someone leaves, you can't always get a replacement right away. So a number of months will go by where that vacancy contributes to an eventual surplus at the end of the year. I'd rather have a surplus than a deficit, but my goal is to come in as close to zero, whether it be positive or negative, as possible. And finally, there's a lot of discussion around consolidation. In theory, in the long term, I'm supportive of some level of consolidation, whether it be a townwide department or a townwide district. However, I would caution the town council to proceed in a very measured approach. I applaud you guys for looking to study the issue. I think that it's extremely reckless and irresponsible to just put a question on a ballot without offering the taxpayers the context, specifically the cost, just any information that allows them to make an informed decision. I think they are owed that, and whatever it may be, they should have the opportunity to make the most informed decision that they can. So that concludes my report, but I'll stay here if there are questions.
We'll open it up to council members to ask questions. Mr. LeBlanc, questions?
No questions. Just want to say thanks for the presentation. Thanks for the information. And I completely agree with your last comment.
Thank you. Mrs. Lima?
I don't have any questions at this time. Thank you for taking time out of your schedule to come and make that presentation. I think that information is power and appreciate the transparency. And thank you for dedicating your time to some public service in the community.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mrs. Shockley.
You've got my vote. I live in Central Coventry Fire District, but that was really great information. And while I don't expect it this evening, I do hope we can get similar information from all the other fire districts. You are most likely a tough act to follow, but I have faith that we can get the same information from the other fire districts. And I really do appreciate your time and your expertise that you've given the town.
Sure.
Thank you. Ms. Ludwig?
Mr. Teston, thank you for joining us. I did have one question. In the last few years, has your board put forward a question to the electors in your district about consolidation efforts of any kind?
It is not.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Teston, thank you so much for responding to the invitation from the town manager to make a presentation. As I mentioned before, all of the council people here are getting questions from the constituents wanting to know what's happening, what's going on. We're not informed. We're here to help us become informed and also to let the public become informed. So this is a good opportunity for them to hear about what's happening in each of the districts. So thank you so much.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Central Coventry, Miss Cindy Fagan Perry.
Cynthia Fagan Perry,
Push your microphone way down.
Phillips Hill Road, Coventry, president of the Central Coventry Fire District. I have some things written down, and if you want to get into more detail after, I do have the budget. If you want to go over that.
So we've asked you to speak on financial health, manpower, health and challenges.
Okay. Manpower, we have 31 men at the present time. I think there's one that's still out on an OJI or a sick time. The budget. Is a $5.1 million budget. Our tax revenue is $4 million. The administration comes in, we approved a budget in 2022 for $172,850. Presently, as of May, we are over budget. We are at $217,423. Operations, we approved a budget of $457,570. And presently, as of May, we are at $355,540. Personnel costs with the union, total personnel costs is $4.1 million. So far, we've expended $2.9 million, almost $3 million. It's $2,928,962.
Can I just ask a clarifying question? And I believe that it may have been answered previously. So when you say you've spent 2.9 million out of 4.1 million, you're on a calendar year as opposed to a fiscal year?
Our fiscal year goes from September 1st through August 31st.
Okay.
So that would be September 1st of 2021, and it'll end on August 31st of this year.
So you have 1 quarter left in your
We have
fiscal
1
year.
quarter left.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, personnel costs administratively, we approved a budget of $125,087. So far, as of May, we have spent $101,000. $174,582.
Just a quick question. What's the difference between the 172,000 on just administrative and then 125,000 on personnel administrative?
Personnel administrative, that would be the tax collector, the clerk, and the treasurer.
So then what's the regular administrative?
Let me check. The other administrative takes in the audit, the board meetings, board member stipends, the treasurer, which is at 54,000.
Treasurer falls under both?
Pardon?
Sorry, the treasurer falls under both? Regular admin. You gave the treasurer as part of the admin and personnel, but then you just mentioned the treasurer again in this portion of the budget.
She's just in admin. The other one is, let me get it. Administrative, which is in the fire station. It's the clerk that collects the taxes. It's the other clerk that does all the day-to-day stuff for us.
So which positions are in regular administration and which are in personnel administration?
Personnel would be the fire chief, the tax collector, and the tax clerk. That's the administration.
Okay. And then who's in regular administration?
That would take in the board members, their stipends, the treasurer, tax collecting expenses, legal, accounting, and audit. That's in the administrative side of it.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. I was just confused.
Miss Fagan Perry, I have a question. I'm hearing a lot of numbers, but I'm not getting a sense of an overall summary statement about the financial health. So this is what we're interested in hearing from each of the fire districts. So perhaps you can summarize what all these numbers mean.
Okay, I can do that.
Please, no whispering during the council meetings, gentlemen.
The town council asked me to be here. Last Thursday, the board was going to take up layoffs and a resolution to turn off streetlights. This is how dire we are. And we will run out of money by July 16th. That's a given.
When you say you'll run out of money, what does that mean? There's zero, or there's still money coming in from taxes?
Still money coming in from taxes for the third quarter that just ended. And we still have the fourth quarter, which is due to come in on August 15th. So there is drips and dribbles coming in, but not a whole heck of a lot.
Question. President Dixon. Thanks for speaking tonight. Knowing that you're going to run out of cash by July 16th, what are the three biggest things that your board has done to preserve the cash so that it extends further than July 16th?
We're stretched right now as far as we can go.
I don't know if that answered my question.
Let me read my statement and then maybe you'll have a different question in a minute.
Sure.
We said we would do layoffs if that was appropriate. We've asked the chief to downsize minimum manning. Right now, we're running 3 platoons, 4 men per shift, per station. We've got 2 stations open, one up on 117 in Coventry Center, and the other one is on Arnold Road. At the June 2nd board meeting, the board did not provide the treasurer with any direction because it was felt generally among the board members, Chief Brown, and members of the public that we should wait until after the council hears the updates tonight. I expect to take up these following questions on Thursday's board meeting. The district is projected to run out of cash before the end of the current fiscal year. The cash flow projects that a cash negative occurrence will be on July 17th, as I've stated. The district does not have adequate fund balance to survive cash flow shortfalls to maintain full staffing, payroll, once we are out of the cash. The district does not have short-term lending ability because our bank is refusing to lend us. A 4% levy, which is what we've been taxing the taxpayers in the district, brings in approximately $166,000 in new tax dollars. In September, we put in an 8.2% increase. The taxpayers rejected it. We just had another supplemental May 9th. The taxpayers overwhelmingly rejected that. There was only 100 and I think I have it in here. It was by a wide margin. It was 920 no votes against the budget. And it was only 100 and something. I don't have that information. I thought I did. That voted for the budget. So it's not just your budgets that are going down, ours are failing as well. When we've done a 4% increase, the taxpayers have overwhelmingly passed them. They didn't this past year, and they didn't again 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago. The current CBA has a 3% wage increase scheduled for August 31st. We have to come up with the money for that. That will cost the district approximately $140,000 based on the current staffing numbers. Getting back to the history, the projection that the district was going to run out of cash was presented last October by the then treasurer, Jeffrey Wadovic. He didn't stay very long. And prior to this year, we've had clean audits. Since then, we have been working with the State Office of Municipal Finance and the State Auditor General on developing a corrective action plan. That plan was submitted on February 3rd of this year, and it was shared with council members according to law, as well as the state. In January of 2022, the board also took up a resolution to be recognized as a governmental service provider so that we could receive ARPA funds from the state. As you know, fire districts were not eligible for ARPA funding directly from the federal government. If it was a town one, it would have gotten ARPA funds. Due to the IRS regulations that control the ARPA funds, they said no to individual fire districts. We focused on a very small portion of the state's $1 billion in ARPA funds, with a plan to address structural changes to the district. The board has discussed this request and these changes at prior meetings. But just to summarize what we propose, we have also been very vocal and transparent about our rescue revenue, which has been diminished. And it started a little bit before the COVID. We had a 30% reduction in the revenue that was coming in from our rescue runs. The numbers may be starting to tick up at the present time because we are doing a little bit more in runs. Because we not only do our runs, we go for Hopkins Hill and Anthony and Western at times. Lost my place, hang on. This is also why the ARPA funds would be appropriate to provide the support to the district. A revenue loss is exactly what the ARPA funds are designed to help alleviate. The district was operating under a collective bargaining agreement that was put in place by the state during the state receivership. The state put us on a 3 platoon. Prior to that, we had a 4 platoon. And we had about 51 men at that time. The model was in place for 5 years, from 2015 through 2020. Then in 2019, the General Assembly passed a law that required firefighters to be paid overtime for all hours worked in excess of 42. Understand that most other fire departments that have 4 platoon systems work 42 hours per week, but CCFD had a 3 platoon. That meant our work hours were 56. Therefore, under the federal government guidelines, we could not pay overtime until they reached over 56 hours per week. The state overtime law, as we have referred to as it is, basically put a financial burden on the district to cover this overtime pay each week. This was added money we didn't expect to have to pay because of the 3 platoon. The district board discussed that at length. Since before the overtime law was enacted, we went up to the State House and told them it would put us in dire straits. They didn't want to listen. Anyway, the board last September, we did our annual meeting and proposed an 8.2% tax levy. This was needed to pay for the increased costs and the fund the district through the current fiscal year. The voters rejected it nearly 2-1. Then on May 9th, as I stated before, we put in a 15.65%, which was overwhelmingly rejected again. Chief Brown is advocating for a consolidated fire district. He has spoken publicly about this at prior meetings and again mentioned it last Thursday at our regular meeting. There has been a request to have a resolution supporting a merger and consolidation of this Thursday's board meeting. I understand that Hopkins Hill Fire District has already passed a resolution to support a merger and consolidation, but I have not as yet seen it. Perhaps Mr. St. Jean will include that in his update to you tonight, or the chief, as I see the chief here. At our June 2nd meeting, Chief Brown noted that any changes to staffing would have a negative impact. Well, if the other departments can run with 2 men per shift, why can't Central go down to at least 3 men per shift? If we have to lay off somebody, maybe these other departments could hire somebody from our department so they don't have to go on unemployment. Since any of the changes to staffing would require an agreement with the union, and we still have not done a new union contract. We are in negotiations, and that so far has not produced a contract. Hopefully, we'll be having a meeting with them next week. That's my understanding at this point, anyway. Any changes to staffing would require an agreement with the union. That was one of our sticking points, and that's why the talks broke down, because they don't want to go down any lower. And they don't want anybody going out on unemployment. This would also result, if we did this, in a grievance being filed. It would appear that our options are limited at this point. That said, if the voters won't fund the district to the amount necessary, then changes to staffing has to occur. Because they must occur simply on account of lack of funds. Where else can we get the money? We're not coming after the town for the money. We went after the state. They had the bigger pot. The fact that is a fact. We will have to do some sort of a layoff. And it is also a fact that is driven by our collective bargaining agreement. We know that CCFD currently staffs double what the other fire district staff. We have 8 people per shift, 4 firefighters at each of our 2 stations. The other districts only have 2 per shift. This is not anything new. This has been going on for some time. In my view, consolidation is a town issue and not a decision that rests with any single fire district. Even if all the fire districts were to agree on a merger concept, it's not clear how quickly that will be accomplished. So for CCFD, we are facing a potential for layoffs. We are also in contract negotiations. I already gave you that information. Which has just been requested to go into interest arbitration. So they've kind of thrown up the towel and want to go directly to arbitration due to an impasse. We hope to continue our discussions with them next week. A settled contract would allow the district board to plan responsibly for next year's budget. We did a budget this year. A few weeks ago, we had the treasurer do a budget to include what we were going to give them, which would have been a 2% raise and a few other things. But when we asked for a decrease in manpower, that put the kibosh to it. I want to be clear about the financial information that was presented last week. The financial information assumed acceptance of a union contract proposal for a 2-year period. The financial information assumed that we would be turning off streetlights as of September 1st, because we can't afford them. That's one of our ways to reduce funds, was to turn off the lights. The financial information is clear to read, and it is my hope that the board will discuss the district's financial information this Thursday, the 16th, and direct the treasurer, working with Chief Brown and hopefully also union leadership, to develop a cost-saving solution that minimizes impact to the employees and to services. And that's basically what I have to present to you tonight. We are still working on these issues, but we're not getting anywhere.
Okay, I'll open up to questions from members of the council. Mr. LeBlanc?
I guess I'll ask my question a little differently. As board chair, what are 2 solutions that you could offer the town council to your current situation?
Right now, turning off lights sooner than September.
So I think we should do that. Any other solutions other than lights?
Layoffs.
Okay. Thank you.
Those are the 2 big things.
Okay.
That's all we have left.
Appreciate it. And then I think this is a question for Mr. Bliss. Hypothetically here, just complete hypothetically, I'm not saying that this is what we should do. Would the town be able to provide a loan, but that is collateralized with some of the districts, the fire district's assets, to hypothetically here provide a 2.5-month float until their next fiscal year starts?
There certainly they could provide the loan, but it would be a tremendous risk without the collective bargaining agreement in place, because you don't know what the costs are. And if the union's seeking interest arbitration, you're going to go to a binding process where a third party, probably from a different state, is going to impose a contract. So you have an uncapped cost. So it would be a big risk.
Okay. I was just trying to come up with another solution. Thanks.
Okay. Mrs. Lima?
Thanks. I want to go back to one of the things you said back in the personnel, the regular administrative budget. Your board gets stipends.
Yes, we do.
How much are the stipends per year? Or how much is it per meeting, or is it per month?
We kind of do it every so many months.
Gentlemen, please.
I don't
do it like about every 4 months.
And how much is it?
The stipends are $6,400, which we approved So far, we've expended $2,133, and there are 7 board members, so it's portioned out that way.
Okay. I know it's a drop in the bucket, but if I was on the board and I knew my district was heading toward insolvency, I might suspend stipends to help a little
We
bit
have
there.
done that in the past, and that's probably another solution. It's not going to bring a whole heck of a lot back. We've got left $4,267.
I understand, but
that is a question that I can put before the board at that Thursday's meeting.
Okay.
I'm in favor of it, but I don't know how the other board members will feel.
Okay. So say that your solution goes through of layoffs. What are the costs associated with that? I'm assuming unemployment and some of the costs there that might be.
Yeah, they would have to go on unemployment. Yes.
What about
And
unemployment insurance?
Insurance, we'd be holding that in abeyance. The state will pay them their unemployment. Then they charge us. Well, if there's no money coming in, that will be one of the things that we don't pay the state right away.
So it adds further debt then?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Right now, we have all fairly new equipment. There is no loans out for anything. We've paid everything off.
Okay. What is the difference between in terms of the monetary amount between June 16th and September 1st? What's the total amount, or what is it costing per week to operate the district as is?
Not sure if I have that amount. That's something that the treasurer could spit right out for you, but I'm not sure I have it.
Do you have in another form, maybe a month?
No, I don't have that.
Okay, that would be helpful to know what that amount is, just for our purposes between that July 17th and September 1 timeframe, what the difference is in terms of how much you're going to be out, or what it would take to connect you between July 17th and September 1st.
I could get that information for you. I just don't have it tonight.
Okay. My question is, what happens on July 17th? What are the consequences? What does Central Coventry Fire District, what do I need to know if I'm a Central Coventry Fire District resident and you run out of money on July 16th? What happens? What do things look like? And nothing changes.
If we have to lay off, there won't be anybody at the station.
Wait, if you do layoffs or if nothing changes?
If nothing changes, we don't get any ARPA money, and right now it looks like we're not going to get anything because we're not hearing back from the state. We were having regular monthly meetings, and all of a sudden they just stopped. So there may be enough to keep a few men on, but there won't be 4 men per station.
So you will remain open after
We will
July
remain
16th?
Open as long as the money trickles in.
Okay.
And I don't have a glass ball. I don't know if it's going to come in enough to keep a big enough crew on.
Okay. And then lastly, I made a comment toward this, but I didn't go into any detail. What's your tax collection been like? What's the percentage? Are you close to 100%, or are you close to where you're supposed to be for this quarter or the year overall?
Yes. We always run like around 98, 97% tax collectible.
So what you haven't collected, what's that amount look like?
I don't have that document with me, but I know at the last financial report from the treasurer, we were on target.
Okay, so as far as you know, you're pretty much up to date on tax collection?
Right, yes.
Okay.
We just have that last third quarter, and there are a few delinquents, but what they've been put on weekly or monthly payments, depending on their circumstances.
Okay. All right, that concludes my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Shockley?
So thank you for coming tonight. We appreciate the information. So if I understand it correctly, we went into 3 platoons back when the state first gave us a plan to get to become solvent. Is there no way that we can switch to the 4 platoons under any circumstances whatsoever?
Not right now. Not the way the money's flowing.
But that's part of your issue, right? Is that you have 3 platoons and therefore more overtime?
No, because it's covered with enough men to do it.
Okay. I might have to get a better understanding of that because I guess I am uncertain based on that, kind of how we got back here then. I thought the overtime issue was a large issue that the district had.
That was when we had several men out on OJI.
So it was just an issue because people were out.
That created a lot of overtime at that point, but the state's saying we have to pay overtime after 42 compounded the issue.
Okay.
And what we had in surplus or in extra accounts.
It does seem like if we had a 4th platoon, though, we wouldn't end up with so much overtime, but I might be wrong on that. I'm kind of thinking about this for the first time in this way, because I believe I was coming at it from the wrong direction up until now. So I'm looking at your budget and it looks as if operations, you're pretty much on for the 3rd quarter. Your regular admin staff, your tax collector, your clerk, your fire chief, you're pretty much on for the 3rd quarter.
Correct.
So I have 2 questions. One is, it seems you're a bit under budget on personnel, 2.9 out of 4.1, as far as being on the 3rd quarter or through the 3rd quarter of the year. So that actually seems like the one spot in your budget where you're running a bit of a surplus. And I don't know if summer is a more expensive month to be, or expensive quarter to be a fire district. And then I would like to ask
we have 22,000 remaining on the personnel cost for admin.
Yep. But you have 4.1 million for personnel and you've expended 2.9 million. I think you said. I was assuming those are the firefighters.
Those are the firefighters, correct.
Okay. So that's the one spot on your budget that you're not over or at where you should be as far as being done with the 3rd quarter.
That takes in, wait a minute. No, because the wages for the firefighters are so far as of May have been 1.3 million. But we also have the MERS payment for their pension, their health, all of that stuff. That's all underneath all that personnel cost.
So does that all come out in the 4th quarter of your fiscal year? Is that why you seem low?
Some of it does and some of it doesn't.
I'd like to get a better understanding of that if at some point, if we could.
Insurances are paid monthly, certain ones are paid quarterly. So that may be the difference in some of these things. That
if that's something that could be confirmed, you don't really have to let me know, but if you could find out for your own purposes. And then I would wonder why this one other admin cost, I'm not sure if you have lawsuits, but you're over by quite a bit on your other administrative costs. So I would wonder why that is as well.
Which one are you?
The board, you have a budget of 172,850 for your legal, accounting, audit, treasurer, and board, but you are at $217,423. So I wonder what has put that one expense for the town so much over what you budgeted or for the district.
A lot of that was legal because we keep getting slammed with arbitration things from the fire department.
Okay. So you've got legal. Are there any other?
We budgeted legal on a low side. And we have expended that because of arbitration and a few other things.
So in a contract year, you put in a low legal.
We did.
Okay.
Because we had to.
Okay.
We had to go by last year's budget.
Okay. So
Because the taxpayers didn't approve a budget for us. So there's a law on the book.
gotcha. Yep.
That
So you
says
level
you-
funded. And
Level fund from the year before.
okay. That does make more sense. So thank you for that. And then
We run the same as the town.
yep, it wasn't part of your discussion tonight, but are there other costs in there? It's been said, and I just want to put it out there because people have been discussing it. Have you increased your payments to any other departments besides legal under that line item?
We've expended our line item. in that. Yes.
Yeah. Have you increased your treasurer costs?
No.
Those are the same as you budgeted for at the beginning of the year?
Yeah.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ludwig?
Thank you. Mrs. Fagan Perry, thank you for being with us tonight. I am in the CCFD district. I have attended several of the more recent meetings over the last year.
And I thank you for that.
I've been pointed at in those meetings, Mr. Guthrie. I have reviewed your budget very closely, and I don't see much, if any, fat. So, for
We run
example,
a very lean budget.
yes,
We have for several years.
yes. You've also mentioned there's no debt. I did mention earlier to the council, I don't know if you were here, I had a family vacation planned for the week of May 9th, the first one since COVID started. So I was not going to reschedule that for the fire vote. However, had I been here, I would have voted yes, because I want to pay for the services who show up at my house. So I am disappointed in the results of that vote. However, here we are.
As we were.
I just have one question for you. Has your board put forward any vote to the electorate about whether or not to look into consolidation efforts?
Not at this time, no.
Thank you.
Okay. Mrs. Fagan Perry, thank you for your presentation. It seems like a Thursday meeting is a very important meeting. And so what I want to understand is, what is it that you hope to accomplish at this meeting? And if it is accomplished, how much time does that buy you? And if it is not accomplished, then what happens?
If it's not accomplished,
Oh, first of all, what do you expect to accomplish at that meeting? What's on the agenda?
I don't have the agenda in front of me. I think we're still working on it. It's fluid at this point. Hopefully I will have it sewed up by tomorrow.
What do you expect to be on that agenda?
Well, there's one thing I know that's probably going to cause a stir, but certain members of the board want to oust me and the vice president and put somebody else in the middle of all the problems that are going on.
Okay, let's not really go into that issue right now. What are the action items that you expect some action on? What are we trying to gain from that meeting?
Direct the treasurer to work up another budget so that we can see if another budget of some sort will work. She tried putting a budget through with all the new contract negotiations that we thought the firemen would take. They decided not to take it. So unless we can convince them this week at some point, we are supposed to have another meeting. I don't know what else to do at this point, Ann.
So, I mean, is there any vote to shut off lights?
There should be a vote to shut off lights.
So you
on the
expect
agenda.
So you expect the lights off if that happens, and you expect layoffs if that happens.
I don't know if that will happen at this meeting. It will be on the agenda, but I don't know if it'll be approved.
Okay, if layoffs were approved, and if lights being turned off were approved, how much time does that buy you? How much money does that save you, and how much time does that buy you past this July date?
I don't have that information tonight, Ann.
Okay, that I think would be.
I can get it
That
for
would
you.
be, it's not so much for us, but when you have the meeting, I think that's important for the people who are attending the meeting to come to understand.
The treasurer should have those numbers for that night.
Mm-hmm.
So by then, she will have a better outlook on what is going to be left.
Okay. It sounds like whatever happens on Thursday night, we need to get a follow-up update from you based on the meeting that is going to
Yes.
take place, and we need to get one as soon as possible.
All right, you will have it.
Okay, thank you. We'll set a date with you as quickly as we can. Are there any other questions members have? Mr. LeBlanc?
Just one question, and then one question for you, and then one question for Mr. Bliss. Has your board approved applying for any staffing for adequate fire and emergency response grants while you have been the chair? The reason why I ask is I feel like a lot of blame is being put on the firefighters and the cost of their payroll. But Pawtucket, for example, got $2.5 million for 13 firefighters because they applied for the grant. It doesn't cost anything. So I just wanted to.
Referring to the SAFER grant?
Oh, yeah, yes.
They're not guaranteed.
I didn't say that they were, but I just asked if you're.
There was not enough time frame from when we were told about it to actually do it. The money that if we had gotten a SAFER grant at that time, that money would not be coming in until probably September of this year, which would still leave us in a hole.
How long have you been on the board?
I've been on the board since the 2014, I believe.
Okay. So I just feel like there's ample time for us to at least try to apply for one of those grants.
Well, at one point, we didn't need the SAFER grants. Because
Why would you?
we had positive cash flow and clean audits for the last few years. The problem occurred.
But grants are fantastic because they're not taxpayer funded and they're free. So I just wanted to ask the question. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Need one back then.
Okay. And then Mr. Bliss, I don't know if you have experience with fire departments going bankrupt and not running out of cash. I'm assuming that you do. What happens to homeowners insurance rates if there's no fire district to support said homes in the district?
Yeah, that issue. I've never represented a district that's gone bankrupt. I mean, I can guess, but it would be pure speculation what would happen. I think we can all guess.
I think we can all guess. Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. So, Ms. Fagan Perry, thank you for your presentation this evening. We're going to schedule you for a follow-up. And at
Okay.
that follow-up, we would like to hear about what has transpired between, it won't be any later than June 27th for the follow-up.
Okay.
It may be sooner. And we want to know what has transpired at your meetings, and also like to hear your corrective action plan. Whatever corrective action plan the board's going to come up with.
I thought we issued you a corrective action plan because that was part of the state's corrective action plan.
Well, are you thinking about any updates to it or not?
No, there's no updates. No.
There aren't. Okay. So if the vote doesn't go your way on Thursday, then July 17th is, or you said 16th and now it's the 16th. That's the end date, so to speak.
I think so, according to the paperwork that I have from the treasurer at this point.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I'd like to ask the members of the council if we may take a 5-minute break, a short break. Is that acceptable? Thank you. 5 minutes. It is so just before 9:30, we'll come back.
brief. I was
Excuse me,
invited to be here.
don't feel you have to be brief. We're here to hear these reports and we'll stay as long as we need.
Well, I have to get up for 4 to go to work in the morning, so I will be brief. As requested, I did submit our collective bargaining agreement to the town manager as he asked. The Hopkins Hill Fire District submits quarterly reports on time to the State of Rhode Island Department of Revenue and to the town of Coventry in compliance with the Fiscal Stability Act. The district has an annual operating budget of just over 1.4 million and has a fiscally responsible capital fund. The district utilizes a third-party CPA to conduct an annual audit, which has shown that the district is operating properly in the best interests of its taxpayers. Our current tax rates are $2.20 per $1,000 assessed value for residential and tangible, and $3.30 per 1,000 for commercial. The Hopkins Hill Fire District operates 246 streetlights, which have been converted to LED for significant cost savings to the taxpayers. The district also pays for 69 fire hydrants at a cost of $656 per hydrant annually. The Hopkins Hill Fire Department has 2 trained full-time firefighters on duty, operating with 4 shifts, staffed 24/7. The district also has a full-time fire chief and fire marshal. The Hopkins Hill Fire Department responds to an average of 5 calls per day. Mutual aid is provided to other districts more often than it is received by our district. And finally, it must be understood that staffing of only 2 firefighters on duty is adequate for initial response to emergencies. Most emergency responses require additional manpower and apparatus to handle properly, meaning mutual aid is required for most incidents. If the Central Coventry Fire District were to reduce manning or to cease operation, the residents of the Hopkins Hill Fire District will be adversely affected by inadequate emergency response and long response times. That's a given. That's the extent of my report tonight. If you have any questions.
Mr. LeBlanc, question?
I do not have any questions at this time.
Mrs. Lima?
I don't have any questions. You pretty much covered the basics.
Mrs. Shockley?
You have 2 firefighters who you employ. And
2 per shift.
2 per shift. Okay.
Right. We
So
have
how
4
many?
platoons.
You have 4 platoons. Okay. That's what I didn't understand. So
I'm
thank you
sorry.
very much.
What is confusing to me is that, Anthony, please correct me if I'm make a mistake, but Anthony has a budget of 2.6 million and Central has 5.1 million and you have a budget of 1.4 million. And that seems like a big difference among these different districts. Are the districts different in how many households they're covering and geographic size? I mean, what accounts for such a difference in the budget for each of the districts? I don't understand that.
Well, I would say it's efficiency, but I don't know that to be entirely true. I can't answer that question. I can tell you it's basically a levy, just as the town does. It's based on assessed value, and we have an operating cost, and we establish our levy based on that. So,
I mean, I think it would be interesting to, well, we'll have the consultant delve into this, should we approve an RFP, but it'd be interesting to delve into the basics of this and just what is the area that's being covered? What are the households? How much commercial property there is in each of these districts? Because we talk about 1.4 million and we talk about 2.6 million and 5.1 million. There's quite a few $1 million difference among those 3.
right. I think you'd have to compare the tax base and look at all of the things that go into that. So,
President Dixon,
yes,
he did cover a KPI that's pretty important. He said that they have about 5 calls per day, so it's about 1,825 calls per year.
Yeah.
I did not get that from the previous presentation, but that certainly, if they get a lot more calls, it's going to be a lot more costs involved. So we just need information like that. I'm hoping that we'll get it from the RFP.
Right, the number of calls. Maybe Mr. Bosquet, when he comes up to present, can talk about number of calls. Mrs. Fagan, do you have information on number of calls you're getting?
13 calls per day, and we are one of the bigger districts.
13 calls per day.
Go down to Riverview, that's part of my district, that's the old Paris district. We have Washington's district. Hill district, which encompasses the rural area, plus Central Coventry.
Okay, thank you.
Central Coventry is more rural. There are no hydrants in Hackleboro district where there are hydrants to the east of our district.
Okay, thank you. So those are some of the variables. And Mr. Cheston, how many calls per day are you getting?
I believe it's 6 to 7 per day, roughly consistent with Central at 2 stations. So on a per station basis.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Challenges, Mr. St. Jean? That was one of the 3 components of the report.
Well, the challenges are, I mean, we're all depending on each other. Each fire district depends on the others for support. If you have a big fire, if you have a large car accident, you're going to need a lot more help. And you need to know where that help is coming from.
Is it also true that one of the reasons you're able to keep the tax rate down is because you also get money from Amgen?
We do.
And
We
how much does that account for part of your budget? What part of your budget comes in through Amgen and not through the taxpayer base?
I don't have that figure with me. It was part of the budget presentation.
I'm sorry, what?
I don't have that figure with me. It was part of the budget.
I thought I heard something like $500,000. Is that correct? Or is that too high?
That sounds high.
So
247.
247,000. Okay.
And
Thank
President Dixon, I also do think that the town is subsidizing some radio costs as well for Hopkins Hill. I know I believe it benefits all fire districts, but there's about, isn't it about 400 and something thousand?
500, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't say it goes to your, we're paying for it rather than us giving it to you for then you. That's what I did mention.
You're
that.
talking about central dispatch, right?
Correct. But I believe it's,
we manage.
You manage it. Exactly. But we pay for it is my point.
That's correct.
Okay.
So if we didn't pay for it, there would obviously be some costs that would increase your budget. That's my point. That's all. Exactly.
Okay. Thank you. All right, Mr. St. Jean. Any other questions by members of the council for Mr. St. Jean? Slide work. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
My only question was, is the 247,000 part of the $1.4 million budget, or is that separate? Okay.
That's part of the budget.
Ms. Ludwig?
Mr. St. Jean, thank you for your service. I remember seeing you on the 31st.
Oh, thank you.
I just have one question. I believe it was referenced earlier, possibly by Mrs. Fagan-Perry, something along the lines of you had put forward a question to your electorate or your board about possible consolidation efforts. Can you talk about that for a moment?
Absolutely. I'm glad you brought it up. Hopkins Hill Fire District has been in favor, and we have voted on a resolution for merger and consolidation. The only caveat is it has to be in the interest of the Hopkins Hill taxpayers.
Can you just confirm who voted on that? The board or
I know we
the
voted
residents?
we voted as a board on that, but I'm pretty sure that we actually did the resolution as one of our annual meetings, but I would have to check on that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Bosquet?
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having us. Stay up a little bit higher. I'm Steve Bosquet. I live at 8 Raven Boulevard out in Green. I am the chairperson for Western Coventry Fire District. As far as a little bit of background, I come from a banking background. I was branch manager at Webster Bank when right up the road from Central Coventry when they were going through their issues. I was also dealing with business banking and government lending. So I worked with the office there a little bit to see if we had any interest in getting involved back then, and they did not. I worked for Navigate Credit Union also in business and small community, as well as branch manager of the center over on New England, near New England, center of New England commerce over there. I've retired from that and now just a grandparent, but I've been active with this board for about 8 years. We are unpaid. We have a dedicated board group. I got nominated to be president of the chair of the council, I guess, because I was on vacation. So I've been doing this for a while. I did send out to everybody a little packet. It had a few different pieces and things in it to give a little bit of history. Basically, we have 3 general accounts really that we keep track of. One would be like an apparatus fund, which that was in the packet. It has a balance of about $460,000. We have a general fund that's about $600,000, and then a smaller account that's like $7,000. Our biggest expense coming up in the future is going to be a new tanker. Just as they were just talking about the western part of central Coventry that does not have any hydrants. I think it's about 15% of the district. We're the only department that is staffed that has a tanker to answer those calls for central as well as western Coventry. We used to carry 2 tankers in our fleet. One has gotten a little bit older and had major chassis problems. The repair cost does not equal the value of the truck. So that's in the process of kind of being mothballed and probably will be eventually sold off. Our main tanker that we have is aging and it's going to need to be replaced. And they cost about $700,000 to $500,000 depending. And that was probably pre-COVID money. So they're probably up quite a bit from there, or trying to find a used one like West Greenwich has just done. We have approximately 25 to 27 members right now. As far as in the department, we mostly are per diem. Some work full-time hours as per diem, and some work just a few shifts. And we have the whole range from paramedic to no licenses at all that are learning the ropes and different pieces. The per diems are used to round out the shifts. We just had our annual meeting in April. We approved funding for a 5th full-time fire person. And normally we were staffed at 4 prior to that. Our chief is considered a employee as far as that has to go on calls also. He's not just a chief. So we do have a chief, but he also responds to calls and actually has been doing a lot of extra work filling in when needed because we've been short-handed. We lost 2 people in, I guess it was the end of January to February. So we're in the process of actually right now trying to hire 2 plus 1 that will be available in August. We have no major issues with our facilities. We have 2 stations, one further out near Hopkins Hollow, the older station, and the 102 Victory Highway, which is a pretty modern and in good condition building itself. I don't know if you got any questions from what I sent out. As far as calls, typically it's about 2 per day. Might be a fraction under 2 per day, but somewhere in that number. So,
Okay. Challenges?
Staffing right now. I mean, just getting the applicants in the door. We've been trying to recruit for the full-time positions, and that is a slow pull right now in all of the fire industry as well as with per diems. Actually, our per diem rate has been going up on our approved budget. We increased considerably what we're paying the full-time workers as well as the per diem members that work for us. Top end now is $26 an hour. That would be for a combination paramedic firefighter. That is about the highest in the region as far as, and it has been paying dividends. We've been increasing the number of per diem members. It seems like a couple of months for the last 2 months since the approved budget. We have now, though, we get these guys trained on certain equipment and driving time and certifications for that type of stuff. So that is building, but the applicants, we've had 1 hiring session for we interviewed like 5 that I sat in on as part of an observation. we made an offer to one of those people, but that person needs surgery. So it will be delayed pending passing physicals and getting on board. The challenges would be just staffing in general. I mean, just getting through. I think Brian said the same thing with Anthony. He's got 2 openings and the applicants are a little bit slow coming in. We have trained up last year 4 people from scratch to getting them low their cardiacs, and they were hired to other departments as soon as we got them hired. 2 of them are still here in Coventry, luckily, and one's in West Warwick, and I think one was in Barrington or Bristol, something like that. So, but we understand that's a lot when you're a smaller department like that. You're going to be doing the training, getting them up, and most likely they'll be moving on because it's bigger. So we're hoping with the raise that we put through in wages for the full timers, that we'll be able to keep some of these people. And
Okay, thank you. Questions, Mr. LeBlanc?
Thank you. Did your board pass a resolution that was related to hypothetically if a consolidation was to happen?
No.
Okay. I thought I had heard something about Western passing a resolution on.
So at the annual meeting,
Yep.
a floor motion was made from a taxpayer.
Okay.
That if there was a consolidation and if the assets were, going to be taken, the board would have the authority for liquidation. But that was a floor motion from a taxpayer, seconded by a taxpayer. It passed the vote 34-6, and then one of the people who voted against it changed his mind and voted for it.
And what was the total vote on that?
I think 36 taxpayers from the district.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate the insight.
Yep.
That's all I have.
Any
Point
questions?
of order, Mr. LeBlanc is stealing my questions.
I worded it differently.
Yeah, I do think. And since I go last, whenever we have questions, my questions are always stolen, but that's okay. As long as they all get out and the public hears the responses, the questions, the response, it's all good. Any other questions by members of the council? Mrs. Lima?
Can you talk about how your platoon model works, given it's per diem?
Yep. So we try to staff for 2 people per shift. Sometimes we have more because of being, for instance, we had an event called the Burning of the Green where the people in the district bring in their Christmas trees and they have a cookout and they burn it. That night we probably had like 10 people on, and there was a brush fire down by Carbuncle Pond. So we sent actually 4 trucks out and had a return. That's unusual. I mean, typically we're staffing for 2 per 2x4 type setup. That would be what we're staffing for. But being with per diems, sometimes there's training, sometimes there's people that just will come in. They'll come in sometimes even if they're not being paid to learn a truck or help clean up or just ask questions. And if an event happens while they're there, they can certainly stay at the station if we're sending 2 out to stay behind, or they can, if we need it, also we want to call. So we'll call in people if it's big enough where, we had, I think there was a chlorine leak or something up at Smithfield. I mean, we had people dispatched. We were thin, so we brought in, per diem coverage to back up the floor.
Okay.
The station.
What's your average calls per day?
2.
2? Okay. And I wanted to give you the opportunity because you did share a document with the council regarding mutual aid.
Mm-hmm.
If you could just talk about that. I know there's dialogue that goes around where the perception is that Western receives a lot of mutual aid.
Yep.
So if you could just flesh out the document that you sent
Sure.
to us a bit.
So, listening to some of the board stuff on Zoom posts, I think there was one meeting I couldn't get here, but I was listening to some of the conversations being asked. And also from the Zoom call with the state, it's like apparent that numbers are being bantied around and people are talking, how bad the coverage, how bad the number of runs, how bad. And we've never been given any numbers. I mean, our annual and our monthly meetings with the chief, we have a regular report that we're going over. Typically, we are out of service. We are sending out service more than we're receiving. And so when I confront the chief, I'm like, Chief, why are we hearing these numbers are like nuts? I mean, they're we're being, really disrespected. I get sometimes coverage is thin in our area. I mean, when you're relying on a per diem or something to cover a night, We had in April, while I was listening to actually the meeting in the Charter Bylaws Committee, I listened to the night where they were proposing, the one district, and people are calling, Station 7 is covering Western Coventry. We don't know how come. I can't believe they don't have the staff. They don't have the money. It's like, there's a night where our chief's father had passed away. Half the district had COVID, and we had another person that also had people pass away. Things happen, and it does happen. But we wanted to drill down as far as what was happening with the numbers. Our chief asked Chief Brown for the numbers that are being submitted, which he did pass over to us. And we realized that 1/3 of the year we were on the computer system that they were using to tally the numbers. So 1/3 of our numbers are missing completely from the report that was being sent out. The other thing that's not being calculated is we have many times where the equipment's being sent out, we're being called for calls, and we've gone all the way to the Wastewater town line and different parts of the county and got called off. Those also don't show up on the reports from mutual aid. But from Western Coventry to the West Warwick town line, it's a 15, 20-minute ride in one way. I know it's not a call because maybe someone came back into service before we got there, or somebody came in and that had systems that were just off at the time. But when you get called off, it's the responding, because that's the stuff that gets to the national NIMFR system, which keeps track of the ISO ratings and how many people are responding to a call. So that's the discrepancy in the numbers, and was sent out just to show that we do try our best to pull our part, to be a good neighbor, and to fill in where we can.
And then lastly, can you just provide some more context to the motion you just talked about with Councilmember LeBlanc? So what effectively is that motion mean, or that
I don't know. That's a good question. So hopefully it never gets activated upon, but it authorizes the board to hold a vote and discussion that in the inference that we were being merged without agreement, or assets being taken or about to be, that they can be the board's discretion. And I'm not sure if it's even a town vote, district vote, but pieces could be liquidated, sold off, and the money turned back to the taxpayers.
Okay.
I understand the town charter, the way it reads, and there's some discussion, but the town charter, as far as the 1948 charter, all acts after. Nothing can be done after the town starts a department, but doesn't see much about before. But it'd be more or less if we're being forced by another district to be taken over without the voters' approval. And we have done surveys, just to let you know, we have not taken any action as a board to vote on. Maybe it will be an agenda item. We have a meeting Thursday, but we have done informal surveys. I was going to include it in the packet, but I didn't know if we're going there with this type of discussion. So last year, end of fiscal year, going into 21-22 season, we included in our financial packet a survey to the taxpayers asking them what form of a fire department would they like. Would they like what our districts to our south and north have, which are basically full-time ambulance service with part-time fire, volunteer fire, or would they like what they have, or would they like to see a full professional fire department? And knowing the consequences of all, one would give you better service, it's going to cost you more money, and one would be what we have. But we try to let our taxpayers know that costs are going up, that things are going to cost more in the future. At that point, we were thinking, instead of inflation, that it was going to be that the new truck that we're going to need. That was met with about 30 people replying, 80% wanting what we have. I would say 7% saying go back to a volunteer system, and 2% say go to like a full blown system. I repeated that same letter and survey were in a tax bill that was sent to all of the people in our district. And basically it was about the same percentage back, as far as we didn't get a huge reply. It's not scientific. It was non-binding. We probably had 50 people total that even replied, but it was about the same percentage. In our district, the people want what we have. They want to be left alone for the most part, and they want to see what we continue in services to continue to go forward.
What's the fear for that district and in merging into one? Is it just taxes going up? Is
Okay,
that really
because it would be if you drive Route 102, if you go up and down the Connecticut Rhode Island border, there's not one professional fire district anywhere. So we must be genius to be able to figure out, with the population density we have, 1,100 houses, to be able to support a budget that would probably double what we have. There'd be no reason why the cost of our district wouldn't be any different than what Anthony is, except we don't have the tax base to come close to something like that. So really, our taxpayers are about 10% of the population of Coventry. We have about half the size of the town that we have to take care of. And the cost will fall back on the town because we're only going to cover 10% of that increase. The rest of it's going to fall back onto the taxpayers of the district. That would be the big thing. How did we become the only district that can figure out, you can go, doesn't matter, it's north or south of us, they're all volunteer fire districts. We actually have the most service out of any of our neighbors. Nobody is 24/7 rescue and fire. Situate's not, Foster's not, Gloucester, Burrillville, go down south. And it's all because of, I'd call it inventory, what you have in taxable property and what you can afford to pay for the coverage. You just don't have it. You don't have it. Now, the rest of the town in a town-wide system could absorb it, but it will be an expense, and it will be quite an expense.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Shockley?
Thank you. And thank you for the information you sent prior to the meeting. And I was actually looking at some of that information with where you put how many calls you have. And it seems like, I'll go with the larger number. You have 199 calls in a year.
Mm-hmm.
And you had mutual aid on here as well. So it looks like of those 199, 98, you got mutual aid from Central Coventry. And really, I'm just looking at this because I'm trying to figure out of 4 districts, one really stands out as different, and that's Central Coventry. Oh, yeah. So it looks like in total, you had mutual aid from 105 outside sources.
Okay.
98 of that was Central Coventry. So this isn't really right. I'm wondering if the other fire districts are the same.
Oh, yeah.
Only because 93% of your mutual aid came from Central Coventry.
Sure. They would be, I'm sure, even greater. Central is, they're in the middle and they're going to flow into all the districts. They have a higher call volume. So I would imagine they would have higher mutual aid numbers coming in from Central.
But it does seem to be the factor that really stands out about Central Coventry. I'm kind of not really speaking to Western Coventry. It's just timing at the end.
I mean, it's huge. I mean, they have 4 people per shift. And it's tough with the volume. You need it, but they're being, depended on to help everybody.
So I just wonder, and I'm thinking out loud, if we did diminish the staff of Central Coventry Fire District, right, hopefully get them jobs in Western and the Anthony Fire Districts, would Anthony and Western and Hopkins Hill be able to absorb taking on some of that mutual aid? Like I said, this might not be a question for you.
No. So what happened last time?
I'm sorry.
You're right.
It's an interesting question, but we're not into solutions right now. We're into understanding and information at this point in time.
Then my only other question is, you said you have 2 per shift, but you have 2 stations. So do you have
the other station is mostly, with the exception of a hurricane or a blizzard, we don't put people in it. Gotcha. It's an older station. We'll keep some of the equipment. We have some off-road stuff for like the bike path or CAD, or when we had both tankers working, one of them would probably be sitting in there and one would be over where we are. If there's people can, it's not the most comfortable. It's not like a really, it's like a fancy garage.
Gotcha. Okay.
So if there was a hurricane or a storm, just to reposition somebody over there, we might do something like that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. There are no more questions from the two of us here, so thank you very much, Mr. Bosque. We're close to 10 o'clock, so I need to have a motion that we can continue on beyond 10. We still have public comment.
I'll make the motion.
Thank you.
Second the motion.
Second. Any discussion? All right. Vote, Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon? Yes. Okay, 5 yeas, no nays. We will extend beyond 10.
Can we also consider a motion to table item 7, H7? Is that urgent for tonight?
Aren't they here?
We still have executive session to get to.
Right. So on
Just a moment, please. Just a moment, please. Go ahead.
on item 7, that I don't know that we need a resolution or anything. That the state's really asking for the council's input as to whether they can support the proposed conditions and explore this. It's really the state's action, and any agreement, any detail would be brought back to the council for a binding decision kind of a thing. So tonight, they just wanted some indication from the council if there's a willingness to possibly entertain this joint.
Yeah, I think it can be done maybe quickly.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Just a moment. Just one moment, please. Okay. Did you get your question answered?
I mean, it sounds like you want some sort of indication tonight to move forward.
That's what I was asked for. Yes, from the state.
Okay. Please come forward. Please come forward, please. State your name and address, please.
My name is Attorney Stephen Pezza. I represent James Dana Pettigrew, who has an interest in the property. My understanding is the town is looking to enter into an agreement to obtain the property from DEM. Trying to wonder how that's going to happen when DEM doesn't own the property.
Okay, this is going to last longer than tonight. I'd like to make a motion to table number 7.
And given that my client has a first right of refusal on the property.
Okay, we don't have this open for discussion, but thank you very much for that comment. We'll bear that in mind.
May just table the issue and
We'll
resolve it.
bear that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm going to make a motion to please table H7 from tonight.
I'll second it.
We have a motion to table and to second discussion. Mr. Marchand, I need to understand the urgency of continuing this to maybe June 27th.
My understanding is that the DEM isn't the only interested party in purchasing this property, and there's another party that could take it ahead of time. So this is only going to delay the public interest in acquiring this property for DEM. And that's it. That's as far as I can go.
Can we get information on what this gentleman is? I mean, I'm not asking for it right now, but I'm saying in the meantime, so that way we may have more educated when
Yes. So what the gentleman said is correct. That his client has the first right of refusal on any purchase, and whether that's a private party, the state, or any party, if his client can match it, he has first right of refusal. He can purchase it off of his ex or the other party. So, but barring that, there is an idea that if there was an offer on the table that couldn't be matched, then is there an appetite for the town to facilitate the proposed concept in theory? So everything is very preliminary because, like with any land acquisition, you don't have a deal until you have a deal, and you can't go forward with a deal or an expectation unless you know that all the pieces are fitting into place.
Okay, so this particular agenda just authorizes you to enter into an agreement and whatever that.
No.
Well, that's what it says here.
Yeah, I've tried to rewrite that so it's really we're just looking for the council's interest in considering agreement that would entail the things that were stipulated in the proposal.
So nothing will change if we table this. Basically, the DEM can't make an offer if we're not involved.
They still could, but they might not, because their offer would have to be contingent on the town's participation with the one part that they can't acquire.
I say we just table it, and we're talking about this way too long. I say we just table it.
Well,
Okay, we have a motion to table. We had a second to table. We asked for Mr. Marchand's discussion on this. Is there any other discussion on tabling it? Okay, Mrs. Shockley.
so what we're saying tonight is, if we were to move forward, that if DEM decides to buy this and is able to, then the town of Coventry, and then they would make it so you couldn't do anything on the land that wasn't for conservation purposes. Then the town of Coventry would let them, but we would kind of own the solar array.
So the solar array piece of the property is the piece that DEM does not have the means to purchase or own. And so as part of the deal, they would, if there was to be a deal to purchase the whole thing, they would somehow carve out that piece and have ownership transferred directly to the town with whatever.
I withdraw my motion to
contingencies are
table,
part.
and instead I'd like to make a motion to have public comment move ahead of section 7 so that people can go home for their 4 a.m. shifts.
Okay, we now, the motion to table 7 has been withdrawn. We now have a new motion to move public comment before H7.
I'll second it.
Any discussion? Okay. Mr. LeBlanc,
Yes.
Mrs. Lima,
Yes.
Shockley,
Yes.
Miss
Miss
Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. Okay. All right, we're moving into public comment. We will then return to H7 and then to the executive session. Are there any members of the public who would like to make any comment during public comment? If so, please raise your hand. You'll be recognized. Please come forward, state your name and address, please. And we are going to limit comments to 2 minutes because we have a long agenda still to go.
I understand. I wanted to talk about 2 different items. One being the fire issue and the other one that you had brought up earlier about the difficulty in passing a budget. So as the charter chair, we've been working on how to make it more engaging for the public to participate in the budget process. I know that you talked about the lack of notification, and we are prepared to put something in there that actually mandates that you send something to the voters about the budget, to the registered voters for passage. In the past, there's always been like a letter that was sent out. It may have cost $3,000 or $4,000 to send it out. 3-fold type thing, gave them the numbers, gave them all the information. But for the last probably 7 or 8 years, we've been in this, let's vote no on everything sentiment out there. And we're trying to make it so that we can get more participation and ask the voters what they want. So you probably saw, something that we're trying to do is work with you to get what you want in it and what we want in it and get it to the voters and get it passed. So that was my first, thought. On the fire issue, do I get 2 minutes for that?
Just
so
yeah.
So on the fire issue, I went to the Central Coventry meeting there that they had a few weeks ago, and Mr. D'Agostino gave a presentation, and one of the things that struck in my mind was that the state abandoned the Central Coventry Fire District. Those quotes, the state of Rhode Island abandoned the Central Coventry Fire District. Well, they didn't. And I have a little press release that went out by the state administration That was Dave Sullivan. And what they did is they dismissed it because I'll read what it was, and you'll probably get the importance of what they said. And it said, while the state and the receiver have improved the fiscal health of the Central Coventry Fire District, we do not have the local support we need to implement the best long-term solution, Mr. Sullivan said. It isn't in Rhode Island taxpayers' best interest to continue spending thousands of dollars on a plan that will not be successful because it lacks support from the leadership of the town and from the Central Coventry Fire District Board. The state was spending $120,000 a month, okay, during that Fiscal Stability Act thing. That district board fought tooth and nail to regain control of that, the power to continue to run it into the ground. And you've heard me say run it into the ground in the past. They're in the ground now. So I'd like to share this with you. And the other thing was the Fiscal Stability Act is still not out of the question for this fire district. It's definitely not out of the question. But what I do fear is that is if some kind of a district consolidation comes across, if anybody knows what the General Assembly is, it's me. It's different people from all over the state. And they've dealt with this Central Coventry thing many, 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 many times. If you think for 1 minute, if somebody puts a bill in the General Assembly for some other kind of fire district merger with Central Coventry, it's not going to go anywhere. The Article 3, Section 260 that we talked about, I'm 64 years old, and it was put in 74 years ago. So there's not a whole lot of people around here that understood why it was put in place because it predates the charter that we have, which was put in 1972. So it is, for the most part, a mandate. And back then, when it was put in, you're lucky if there were maybe 4,000 or 5,000 people that lived in town. But,
Mr. Godfrey, please try to summarize because you've had 4 minutes.
okay, thanks. I'll do the best I can. So I think that a merging of the districts would be difficult. My charter review will be sending you a question that we may change to make it more of a way to bind everything together. It's not going to cost a lot of money to run the fire districts, even if the town collected the money, because there's already tax rates and it's already collecting money. It's over $10 million. So be it. If my $2.40 is a problem, sending my truck out there is not a problem. But what you need to do is you need to have one rate all across the town, because they're running as one fire department. Remember that. It's not a hard problem to fix. You should probably, put something on your agenda over the next few weeks and have people give you a little input on it, because the voters out there want change. And when the voters want change, you should deliver change, and maybe they'll stop saying no.
Thank you so much, Mr. Guthrie. Appreciate it. Okay, is there anyone else who wants to make a public comment? Is there anyone on the chat who would like to make a public comment? Please raise your hand. Yes, please.
Evening. Name's Kevin McCann. I live at 11 Old Mishnock Highway, Coventry. I represent the firefighters of Central Coventry. I'm the union president, if anybody hasn't met me before. I wasn't planning on coming to the meeting tonight, but my phone was ringing off the hook. Our board chair decided to put a speech together, I guess, that was probably not written by her, with some fictitious stuff that goes on with us as far as labor and management. So she was talking about that we force arbitrations. We've only gone to arbitration because we cannot come to terms at all on agreements for anything. And I could get into that for a long time, but I won't. The blame is not on the union. The blame is on the district. We've had the same contract since 2015, but the only change on the last one is to follow a law that was enacted by the state that the district had 2 years to work on to fix their budgets, and they didn't, because it was just, they were stating it was an unfunded mandate forced on them. But they had 2 years to plan for it, and they didn't do it. To me, that's poor fiscal planning. The arbitrations that we've had in the past are for personal. They're personal attacks against the union. One that I can say was for somebody that retired, and the previous board chair just didn't want to pay him out. So we had to take it to arbitration. So it was supposed to be a simple case, but it was dragged on all day at the rate of $150 an hour, charged to the business agent and the attorneys that were there. Unneeded money. And I'm sure you're familiar with arbitrations with the town, with the other municipal employees through the town. So that was a wasted arbitration. The one we just had, interest arbitration, was just a basic settlement. We just wanted a 1-year deal, and it took forever to get it done. The only thing we had asked them to was just adjust their budgets to follow the state. We didn't ask for anything else. We haven't asked for anything since 2015, since the state committee. So this is not us.
Please summarize. Thank you.
Sure. I just want to say whatever our board chair had put out tonight is just total fictitious stuff. To reduce the manpower is just a personal attack on us. Until she puts on a pair of boots or rides a fire truck.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry.
I understand your passion concerning this, but I don't want to have any personal attacks on people this evening.
Okay.
So
I'm just defending my local.
I certainly understand.
Sure. All right, then I'll end that right there, but I just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you.
Right.
I appreciate you coming and staying so long to make public comment. I really do. Are there any other people who would like to make a comment?
I would just point out if anybody has any questions, they write a number 7 on.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Mr. Pezza, right?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Pezza. All right. Okay, back to number H7. Mr. Marchand, do you have any rewording authorizing town manager to enter into an agreement? Is there some way we can change this so that we can at least have you proceed along and get information for us or not?
We can talk about the whole thing right now.
Well, I'm going
Talk about the whole thing. Present whatever you want to
Okay.
present now.
So, as I reviewed this, and I had,
First of all, why don't we,
Okay.
if we're going to discuss it, let's have a motion and then a second.
No, I withdrew my table to take
To
it off.
table, but we have to discuss it. Discussion in, do we have a
I'll make a
motion?
motion.
Okay, motion.
Second.
A second. Okay. Discussion.
all right, if I may, in the interest of just helping DEM pursue the course that they want to pursue, they just need an indication, which could be done without a resolution, no resolve to do anything, just a motion that based on what has been presented to the town council so far in concept, that you're okay with it and you would support that line of inquiry to potentially acquire an interest either jointly with Mr. Pettigrew or separately, or however that works out.
So help me understand. I got the vibe when Mr. Pezza came up here. I got like legal action vibes if we voted yes on this. Is that what's going to happen?
I don't know, because at this point, there is no commitment. There is no action being taken. There is simply an indication that there is a party that is interested in negotiating with parties holding ownership in that property, and whether or not the town would facilitate DEM's pursuit of that.
Okay.
If we can't support it, DEM doesn't have a mechanism to go through with it and make any proposal to put this land into the conservatorship that they would like to do.
Okay.
So that would mean, I'm assuming that would mean that the land could be purchased by some private developer and some.
Yes.
Actually,
If,
land is fine on
Well, I don't know what anyone would do with it, but a private party could buy it and own it, and it could be not put into conservatorship.
okay, thank you. Okay, question, Mr.
So
LeBlanc.
could we make a motion that this town council supports DEM's lawful acquisition of this plot of land
At no cost to the town.
at no cost to the town?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Then I make that motion.
I'll second it.
Mhm. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, do you have the revised motion?
I have that Jamie has made a motion and I don't have the full.
So the motion is that the town supports DM's lawful effort to acquire this property at no cost to the town.
Got the no cost to the town part. Okay.
Could we add that to the end of every resolution?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion? Well, we've discussed it many times over, yes. Okay. Roll call vote, Mr. LeBlanc,
Yes.
Mrs. Lima,
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley,
Yes.
Ms. Ludwig.
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. We support DEM's lawful effort to acquire the property at no cost to the town. Okay. All right. We're now moving into executive session. I would like to make a motion to table J2.
You can go.
I have a motion to table J2.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second if we're going to vote on it,
Vote on what?
tabling it.
Yeah.
It didn't before.
Okay. 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 And discussion? All right.
Can I just ask based on, I don't know how much I can bring up, but has information been provided to Mr. Marchant on item J2?
Yes, he has.
Okay.
He received it last week. And you were all copied on the information. Okay. And Mr. Marchant will be ready on June 27th at our meeting for executive session on this item. Okay. All right. So roll call vote to table J2. Mr. LeBlanc?
No.
Okay. Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Miss Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. 4 yeas, 1 nay. J2 is tabled. Okay. May I have a motion to recess into executive session for the following: closed pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42465A4, investigative proceedings regarding allegations of misconduct, either civil or criminal, specifically for the council to discuss the town manager's investigation into town finances. May I have a motion to recess into executive session?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
I'll second it.
Okay. Motion to adjourn from executive. Cody, we all set? May I have a
Motion.
Motion to adjourn from executive session 11:25.
I'll make the motion.
May I have a second? Any discussion? Roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig absent. Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. Four yeas, one abstention. May I have a motion to seal the minutes of the executive session?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second it.
Second, roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. Members of the public, the council met in executive session for the following. Both pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42465A14, closed pursuant, investigative proceedings regarding allegations of misconduct, either civil or criminal, specifically for the council to discuss the town manager's investigation into town finances. A discussion took place, no votes were taken. May I have a motion to adjourn at 11:25?
So moved.
I'll second.
Second roll call, Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. Motion passes. Good night, everyone.